What's up? What's up? What's up? You know, in my Martin Lawrence voice. Thank y'all for tuning in to a special Friday edition where I'm gonna bring a guy who I just have a lot of respect for. Obviously for his vocation. Back in my high school years, I remember Butch Alsandor was like the dude with high school reporting. So now, you know, me being 39 years of age now, he's more or less a strong voice in the HBCU ranks. And without further ado, let's go ahead and bring him up now. Mr. Butch Alsandor, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. How are you doing this morning?
Doing well, man. I always like these SWAC talks, man. I like meaningful SWAC talks. I know we can go all over the place. So glad to have you, sir.
There's a lot of that going on right now. A lot of action happening in the SWAC, and we haven't even gotten to the season yet. We're not really even into the preseason yet.
Yeah. Absolutely so. And I liked it that, listen, man, what a lot of people just didn't understand about what Coach Prime did, in my opinion. I'm starting with Coach Prime. Yeah. We're here. Is that we're going to talk about the SWAC in a place of anticipation. And I think that that's kind of been devoid of the reality going back 4 years plus, where it's just like, it's kind of just afterthought. If somebody excels at a very high level, then okay, yeah, we'll talk about it. But now people are actually anticipating what's going on with the SWAC. I think that's a beautiful thing.
Oh, it's definitely a beautiful thing. And just, if you go all the way back to the pandemic year when we had that season during the spring, that was the starting board. That was the launching point for just so much more interest in the SWAC, because we were one of the only leagues playing. I think there were only 3 leagues playing, the SWAC, the Ivy League, and I forget who the other one was, but it opened a lot of people's eyes to what the competition was like in the SWAC. And it was good, exciting football. And then you had Coach Prime going over to Jackson State, and that added another element to it. And then we got the big ESPN contract, and it's just been all good ever since. And, you know, with Coach Prime moving on, I think the one thing I would say about that, and like you said, there's been a lot of different things said about that. There's been some criticism, but, you know, talking to Ashley Robinson and those guys over at Jackson State, the athletic director, they could not be more happy with everything that Deion Sanders did for that program in the 2 years that he was there. If you look at what they did on the football field and off the football field, I mean, we could run it down. You've heard it 100 times, but just look at the win-loss. You know, an undefeated season, the last season, didn't lose until you got to the Celebration Bowl. You know, the year before was a stellar year. You look at the improvements they've gotten off the field. You know, when they needed a new field, Deion Sanders got the new field. So it's a situation that worked well for both parties, because Deion Sanders ended up at Colorado, so he wanted that next challenge. But he left Jackson State better than it was when he got there, and that's the most important thing I think about that situation.
Yeah, and listen, man, I scrap, or I rumble, as it were, in some of the HBCU spaces. One of the groups is Rough and the SWAC. You know, if you follow SWAC content, if you're not in that group, you are seriously lacking. And so some people, you know, it's a lot of, in my opinion, you know, sour grapes, you know, that you know, Coach Prime has left, and I see a lot of peacocking where people just are trying to say that, oh, we're better off without him anyway, which is not true. It is what it is, man. I understand that people go through grief, and shout out to Between the Game Sports, man. My boy Will, since forever, says that, you know, the levels of grief, the levels of grief is real. So some people just got to go through their stages of acceptance, and I think that that's more or less what we see over the landscape regarding Coach Prime and his you know, his opinions about, you know, HBCU athletes and things of that nature, which is going to lead to our next discussion. But I'm also seeing people overpraise Shiloh Sanders, which is kind of funny. I mean, Shiloh definitely is the not the better kid out of two, with him and Shador. But people are championing Shiloh because of what he represents as far as loyalty to you know, the HBCU landscape, as it were.
Yeah, and I understand that, but family's family, and he's at Colorado too. So I mean, it's one of those things, you know. Shiloh really got down to Jackson State, and from everything I understand, embraced it and really loved the whole atmosphere of the thing. And I think that's great. You know, they had 2 good years there, and I know a lot of people are not happy about that. I just choose to look at it from a glass half full situation with that, and I look at the things that they accomplished while he was there, and you know, like I said, on the field, off the field, and you know, there might have been an adjustment of attitudes that may even carry on now to TC Taylor. I mean, TC was there with Coach Prime. He understands the philosophy. The kids believe in him. Now they're going to have a lot of players to replace. That's where the problem is going to come in there. But you know, like I said, I understand people. People tell me they talk about it all the time. I see both sides of it, but I don't have any problems with what Coach Prime did. I mean, I think as long as you leave a place better than when you got there, you know, I think that's pretty cool.
And listen, as a head coach, that's your only job, to leave a place better than what you have, because we've seen coaches not do that. Excuse me. Rick Pitino, we see him go to Louisville and sully that program really hard. We've seen guys like Seahawks coach, doggone that. He's at USC.
Oh, Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll.
We see him decimate that program, and it just kind of leave like, hey guys, deal with it. I'm out. I'm going to the NFL. So I'm not saying he didn't bring good things to that program, but I'm saying at the point of exit, it was a worse program, because you had all those scholarships lost. You had all that selling of the name. And to be honest, USC has not recovered since Pete Carroll left. That's just factual. So with all that being said, Prime left Jackson State at a very high, level. He endorsed TC Taylor. He wanted TC to be the coach. TC is the coach. And Ashley Robinson, man, it's a guy I know in real life. Like he was over compliance or something like that when I was at Prairie View. So, and I'm still trying to pin him down to an interview, but I've been texting back and forth with him, but I know his life is busy. So I understand that, like you just let in with, he's not in a state where like some fans are saying like, oh, well, forget Coach Prime, blah, blah, blah. They left at a good stead and left a good platform to go forward. So I do want to say that as the conversation goes forward, even I know some people just never accept it. It is what it is.
I want to mention about too, and this is something, and we did 3 Jackson State games last year, so we got a chance to talk to Coach Prime at length throughout the week, getting prepared for the game, and then we saw him at one of the games when he came to play TSU in Houston. But here's what I'd say, and this is something no one can question, whether or not his sincerity about caring for these kids, and that's the most important thing. He wanted all those guys to do better. He wanted them to be better football players and better men, and I think that's something the parents will be very, very happy about. And he cared for these kids. He cares for his players, and to me, that part of it is not in question, and that's the most important part.
I agree, and so, well, I will say this too, man. There's some merit to some people saying that Coach Prime is mostly about himself. In my opinion, I agree with that. Like, he's always been that. He's always been a talking about myself in third person kind of guy. Like, we all know this about Dillon forever. So when some people kind of misconstrue his ego or his personality, but try to negate the fact that he doing it his way, the way he sees it, the way he views it, is the way he puts it out. And you cannot say there's a net. It's not a net positive, because with Isaiah Bowden being drafted, 7th round, albeit, last year with James Houston being drafted and having a phenomenal back end of the year, he's produced, basically he's cashed checks where his mouth, wrote the check. So I do want to say that as we go forward. Now, I don't want to harp on that too much, because I do want to talk about what's going on currently with the SWAC. So I'll say this with this last little thing. As we know, Colorado's lost 51 players in the transfer portal, and this is something that we talked about pre-show. TC Taylor has lost a lot of players, most notably Shane Hooks, Savion Wilkerson. What is your opinion on those 2 departures and overall the transfer portal from your view?
Well, first of all, I think Shane Hooks is going to end up at Colorado also. I mean, if you notice, 2 of those 51 players were wide receivers at Colorado who left, who actually had, fine performances in the spring game, but they left, they jumped in the portal. And so I think you can expect to see Shane Hooks over there. But here's the thing though, Cliff, I mean, this has been, it seems shocking to a lot of people. Colorado lose 51 players, but I can tell you this, from my days as a college player, this has been going on for a long time, but it hasn't been going on to this extent. And what I mean by that was I was a scholarship player, and there were guys on the team that came in with me. And after a year or two, technically, if they weren't performing up to what they were supposed to be performing, if they felt like they had made a mistake and misjudged the talent and stuff like that, I think there was an occasional guy who his scholarship wasn't renewed. Just based on those factors, where they weren't doing this, you weren't doing that. Now, it wasn't, like I said, I don't remember it being done a lot, but it happened. Now you fast forward to today, where you have the portal, and it's a whole new ball game. Everything is different. Just like there's always been opportunities out there for the coaches. Now there are opportunities out there for the players, and you throw in the NIL on top of that, it just complicates the whole landscape. It's just a completely different ball game. And one more thing I want to mention is while you were talking about Prime, but the fact that he and Prime wrote the playbook for branding and marketing. You're right. When he was prime time, he was doing branding and marketing before there were ever influencers on Instagram and all that stuff. He was just ahead of his time. So I agree with what you're saying about that.
No, that's 100% correct. And that's one of the things we all love about Coach Prime. We love the fact that Coach Prime is a dude who just he had that moxie. He had that personal brand building when now you pay people to do that. He did that just reflexively. Like we dumped that water on the guy and stuff like that. He just had that moxie that players, let me put it this way. He set the blueprint of what guys try to do now. He did that back when it was nobody else doing that.
He was the only
respect for me.
But it's going to be interesting to see how all this plays out, because I think the NCAA is still not done with tweaking the NIL situation and maybe even the portal to some point. I think we just hit the deadline this week. I'm not sure. That's why I haven't seen the final list of guys jumping here and there. We either hit the deadline or it's coming up. But it is a different game, man. And like you said, when Coach Prime, to get back to Jackson State just for a second, when he said he was going to Colorado, then right away you have several Jackson State players jump in the portal, which is normal. That was their head coach for the last 2 years. So that's understandable. But it's happening at a lot of places. It's the money situation is starting to factor into it. I don't think it's all bad. I just think the college coaches are having to adjust. How do we recruit high schools now when there's so many players jumping in the portal, where you may not have to develop a player? You may get a player who's ready for prime time right now because he's in the portal. So it's just changed the game. It's changed the game in a lot of ways.
Agreed all the way. Again, I call the transfer portal the great equalizer, man, because I've had issuance with the fact that players get so much flack about wanting to leave a program. And I know that from a minutia standpoint, you may just be in a bad situation and the coach has no intention to play you and you're stuck and you transfer, you got to wait a year. It's rough. It can be rough. But I also understand from the standpoint that some coaches need to get rid of bad players who are bad culture fits. So I get the ebb and the flow in that regard. Before I get there, though, shout out to No Guarantees with the $5 on it. It says, Friday, I got 5 on it. Much appreciated. You know what that gets you over here. Dollar bill. Money, yeah. Money, yeah. Much appreciated, No Guarantees. Thank you so much, man. So you guys hit the like button. Listen, I got Butch Alsandor, man. He's taking time out of his busy day. This is a legend in the sports commentary field, who's out here giving you his free time. So I just want to thank you again for being here and being a part of this stream.
Oh, anytime, man. Anytime we can talk some football, I'm always in.
Absolutely. So salute to my guy, Sir Tice, and salute to Raw Truth Media, the guy who brought me to YouTube, salute to the DJ. So we're talking about the transfer portal. We're talking about how it equalizes things. We talked about how TC Taylor's losing players, Deion Sanders is losing players. Let's talk about, as we land the plane, I know you have a time schedule to adhere to, about Prime's, commentary about HBCU players being selected in the draft. What is your opinion on that?
Yeah, well, and I think it was a big deal, though, Isaiah Bolden this year. That was, a lot of people, because I don't know if you watched the special that Coach Prime had on, I think it was Amazon Prime. Was it Amazon? Yeah, it was Amazon.
I haven't seen it yet. I know you're talking about, though. I haven't seen it yet.
Because they followed him all year. They had cameras, and then they followed him all year, and they documented the whole thing as they went through the season. And there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff. So it was a really good thing, and it showed a lot of the games, and I enjoyed watching it. My wife told me, she said, you should have gotten some kind of talent fee, man. They use we did 3 of their games, so we were a lot part of the play-by-play in the game. But you look at that kind of thing, and you see some of the things that went on behind the scenes, and it just gives you kind of a different look at what was going on. And that's what I said when I was mentioning before about how much he cares about these players. I mean, you can't ask for, you want a coach that's going to win on the field, but you also, as a parent, you want a coach who cares about your kids. And there was an instance in the feature, and I guess it was very short. It was like a 4-part segment. And in the last segment, I think they went to the Celebration Bowl, and they showed the kid who dropped the touchdown that would have kept the game going on. I mean, just I don't know. It's just one of those things where he didn't understand. How could you possibly drop that? But he was unconsolable afterwards, and you saw Coach Prime with him afterwards, and just the time he took, and you could just sense how much he cares for those players. And I just think that's going to be a big thing, and that may follow him on to Colorado. Now, they're going to have a lot of eyes on them over there, because you mentioned earlier 51 players no longer with that team. So they only won 1 game last year. So they're going to be, a lot of eyes on them. But I also want to talk a little bit about, with Prime leaving the SWAC, that opens the door, man. I mean, I'm going to tell you how I see some of the predictions coming up, but I want to hear, who do you think is going to be the top teams now with, Coach Prime out of the mix?
Woo! Great question. Woo. Okay. Listen, man, go ahead.
Yeah, for me in the East, I think it's a slam dunk. I think it has to be Florida A&M. I just think.
Yes, sir.
The Rattlers were there last year. Moosa's coming back at quarterback. Willie Simmons does a great job as head coach. I mean, you got to like Florida A&M near the top. And then, you know what? My surprise team, this is going to surprise you. Alabama. I like the job Eddie Robinson did last year. His team could have won a couple of more games. I mean, it could have been impressive. I wrote it down. They were 6-5 overall. That could have very easily have been 8-3. I mean, they lost a couple of close games. So I like those 2 teams. And then Jackson State could be right there, too. It just depends. I think the quarterback situation is something they're going to have to stay. Got a couple of new guys coming in that are supposed to compete. And most of the time, it's a quarterback-driven league. So we'll see how that works. We'll think about those 3.
Yeah, and so and with that comment, I think Texas Southern and shout out to No Guarantees with that comment. I think Texas Southern is a team to look for, because Quaydarius Davis left Jackson State. To me, he's like the new age Debo Samuel rather, and I think he's going to have a really good rebirth over there at Texas Southern, having a good quarterback already. I forget the brother's name, but
Andrew Body. But let's go over to the West then, since you bring up Texas Southern. They were at the top of my list, believe it or not, because last year they were right there. They could have been playing for the SWAC championship. They had the lead in the 4th quarter. They had a 3-way situation going into that final week between Southern, Prairie View, and Texas Southern. Texas Southern needed like 3 things to happen, and 2 of the 3 happened. 2 of the 3 actually happened. All they had to do was hang on and win in the 4th quarter, and I think they had like a 13-point lead or 17-point, whatever it was. They lost that game, or they would have been representing the West in the SWAC championship game. So I think it's great that you mentioned the Tigers from TSU, because they should be in the mix. it should be like maybe a TSU Prairie View battle for first place with Southern right there on the perimeter, kind of hovering around. I like those three teams again.
Yeah. And I'm not going to dismiss Hugh Jackson, of riding the ship over there, at Grambling State University. So I think the West is going to be very, very interesting. I think the East is going to be pretty much, FAMU and Jackson State duking that out. And we'll see from the retention level of what TC has mustered up, and we'll see how that plays out. But on the West, yeah, absolutely. I think TSU, I think Prairie View, Southern is going to be, and Grambling been a dark horse. That's going to be a great thing to observe, which that's why I love the SWAC. We're going to watch this play out in real time, and it's just like it's going to be a beautiful thing to see.
Well, and you got to, and I'm glad you mentioned Grambling, because Hugh Jackson and the job he's doing over there. Well, Grambling finished 3-8, but what was deceiving about that was they played better football down the stretch. They played a lot better football late in the season than they did earlier. And that's going to be helpful just for the fact that they can pick up where they left off. That's going to get them out of the box more, quickly, and they'll be in the mix longer. And we did Grambling and Alcorn State. And Grambling played really well that game. I mean, they played extremely well, I think, if I'm remembering right. I shouldn't go there unless I'm remembering, but they seems like they played a good game. Yeah, they did. In fact, because I remember now, because it was down in Grambling, and Fred McNair, for whatever reason, has problems winning at Grambling. And I think Alcorn State went in. They were the favorites to win the game, and Grambling came out with a big running attack and actually scored on special teams and went on to win the game. I mean, it was a fun game to call. I do remember that, and it kind of started Grambling rolling in the right way late in the season. So they're a team to watch, and Arkansas Pine Bluff has a new coach, so we'll see what happens over there. And that's the other thing about, we have a new coach at Mississippi Valley this year.
Yeah, because Dancy left to join Coach Prime at
Colorado. Dancy's in Colorado now. So the new guy at Mississippi Valley, Kedrick Wade, we'll see about him coming over from Delta State. So there will be some teams to watch. You mentioned TC Taylor earlier. Of course, he was at Jackson last year. So, he's got a lot of experience. He's been there. So there's some exciting things to keep an eye on in the SWAC.
Yeah, I think the storylines, it's almost like, one thing I like is parity. And this year is going to be the most parity year that we've ever seen, because we're so used to, in the last 3 years, or 2.5 years, Coach Prime coming in and just being the story with the SWAC. But now you got all these idiosyncrasies, from Coach Bubba McDowell doing a great job in my school, in my alma mater, Prairie View A&M. Coach Robinson doing a great job at Alabama State. Coach Dooley, who a lot of people hate on Coach Dooley. I like Coach Dooley. I just do. I like Coach Dooley doing his thing at Southern. Hugh Jackson at Grambling, so on and so forth. With Coach Maynard at Alabama A&M. Who knows what he got up his sleeve? Because he made a name for himself for calling out Coach Prime year one, a la the COVID year, and they won the SWAC. I mean, we know that it was a abbreviated year, but he did that. So I think now that the level of play is so even. It's so even. So I really want to see how this plays out all the way. And then Coach Simmons over there, former Prairie View coach, I got to always add that in there, doing his thing over there at FAMU. And listen, man, it's just a beautiful thing to watch going forward, because there's so much parity, it's not even funny.
Yeah, when Coach Maynard had Aquil Glass, I mean, that was an exciting team to watch. I mean, they were like a lot of offense. Of course, last year Glass was gone, so they stumbled a little bit. So I think it's a good thing that you mentioned Coach Maynard, because it'll be interesting to see how they pick up this year. I'm sure he's had a whole offseason to find the quarterback that he wants. And I said, overall, it's a quarterback-driven league. So whoever has the best quarterbacks are going to be the teams that are going to excel the most. But Maynard's a great guy. I mean, I love talking to that guy. And, when he's not on the golf course,
he's funny, man.
He can talk football. And I think you and I have talked about this before, but his background is so interesting, the fact that, you know, he not only was an arena football champion as a quarterback, but then he dabbled in some acting. You know, he did some body double work for any
I didn't
given.
know that.
Oh yeah, no, he did the Jamie Foxx body double in any given Sunday, and
Really?
yeah, well, he did all of that. He also did Remember the Titans. He did the quarterback body work there too. So he's got an interesting past. I mean, he's done some things, and now he's a successful coach at Alabama A&M.
You know, well, I was a body double for Chris Bosh, man, in a Got Milk commercial in 2010.
Oh, really?
Funny backstory with that. They paid me to come to Dallas. They paid for my lodging. They paid me about $1,000 for 2 days of work, which was not really work, just sitting, you know, just standing up basically. So yeah. So I get it, man. Listen, man, get the check where the check is to be gotten.
That's all I'm saying. You can find it.
Hey, I'll take $1,000 for 2 days of work of standing up. Yes. All day and tomorrow. Shout out to Lil Wayne. And Butch, again, I want to respect your time. I know we're coming on that threshold, but I got a good comment from well, no guarantees. He says that the SIAC does not get enough mentions. Can Mr. Alsandor speak on it?
What did it say again? I didn't hear you. You went out.
Yeah, the SIAC, the SIAC does not get the HBCU, mentions as like the SWAC, the CIAA, the MEAC, and what have you. Do you have any commentary on the SIAC conference?
Well, and it's just like before with the SWAC, the amount of attention you get doesn't necessarily warrant how good the play is, because just how many years we went back back to 2019, 2018. Before that, the SWAC wasn't getting its due, when you talk about national exposure. So I mean, just it doesn't
even local level, you don't get it.
yeah, and it's just now there's so many platforms now. I'm sure that's going to change. That's going to change. I mean, they play, it's good competition there, and I think that's going to change, because you just like, I guess the best way to explain it is just by the SWAC starting to open so many doors and get so much attention. I mean, that's going to make it even better for everybody. I really think that's going to be great. I had a chance last year to call one MEAC game, and really had an opportunity to do more, but I'm committed to the SWAC right now. So until that changes, I'm not going to deviate from that too much. But it was fun. The point I'm making is the competition was great competition, and you see that when they got to the Celebration Bowl too. What happened in the Celebration Bowl? So just because you're not getting the publicity doesn't mean that the caliber play is not exactly up to par. Because a lot of people try to say that, we don't know anything about this, or we don't get to see this person, we don't get to see that. Well, it doesn't mean that they're not playing good football.
Agreed. And I look at some of the football minds that are elevating, and I got to give a lot of credit to my guy, Anton Sewell, man. He's the defensive coordinator at Morgan State. He was formerly at Bowie State University for the longest, and he was at Prairie View when I coached at Prairie View. So Anton just got a fellowship internship to work for the Baltimore Ravens. So this is a guy who spent the most of his time in the CIAA ranks, which is, does not get, Bowie State does not get a lot of face time, as it were. And he's now getting his just due. He's only been a MEAC coach for a year. So his reputation is built off the CIAA level. And I think that those guys need to be championed as well, man. His head coach formerly at I forget his name. God doggone it. But he's the head coach at Morgan State. So listen, man, Anton Sewell is going to be a guy you're going to be talking about forever with SWAC football. And I watched him from rooter to tutor, as they say in the streets, get to where he is right now. And I'm just so proud to see him ascend to where he is now.
Well, I need to mention this because I was in Baltimore for 4 years doing sports in Baltimore. And during that time, we covered Morgan State. So it was interesting. I was up there during like the worst of times for area football. And what I mean by that was, high schools were great. But when you got to the colleges, I might have went on the air 5, 6, maybe 7 weeks in a row, 6 weeks in a row, where Maryland, Towson State, Morgan State, you name every football team in the area lost about 5 or 6 weeks in a row. So that's what I mean, that was rough. That was a rough time. But Morgan State bounced back after that, and then started having some pretty good seasons. So, but they have a lot of history there too.
Absolutely. And I know I don't give enough coverage of the MEAC conference, and salute to all those schools out that way, even the ones who are no longer part of MEAC, who are mainstays, i.e. Hampton. So yeah, I wanted to do more of that, but I'm just like you. I'm SWAC centric because I'm a SWAC product. And listen, I'm gonna I'm gonna have my horse blinders on, and I'm gonna focus on the SWAC mostly. But salute to everybody else outside of that spectrum. I gotta say that. So now, Butch, we're outside of your time frame. So I want to respect that. So if you got time, cool. If not, I respect that as well, man. You let me know.
Yeah, we got time for a couple more. Let's do a couple more.
Okay, cool. So going forward, man, what do you see as far as, with Coach Prime saying that, yeah, guys are not being drafted? Because I thought Aubrey Miller should have been drafted. Aubrey Miller is probably the best prospect that we had, in this space. Going forward, so we talked about, all the teams that could possibly, win the SWAC and all that. But going forward past that, like as far as pro prospects, what do you see going forward with the SWAC has to offer? Well,
and here's the thing. There should have been more people drafted. I mean, really and truthfully. And off of Jackson State, and I know Coach Prime did a lot to promote his team, but they had a lot of talent on that team. And I can say that from covering 3 of their games last year. They were loaded. But the good side is they had more people sign free agent contracts. If you go back to last year, they wasn't as many free agent contracts, but they had people just invited to camp to come walk in. But this year, there were people who signed free agent deals just to come in that didn't get drafted. So that's positive. But somehow there has to be more people drafted. And I think is going to open the eyes is it's a guy like Bolden going to the Patriots. He's going to be a player. I mean, he's going to do well there, and people are going to look at him and say, "Oh, wow, he played in the SWAC."
Mm-hmm.
We got to start. Somehow we're missing these guys because they're going to see he's the real deal, and I think you're going to see more guys get drafted because it's not like they can't find these guys. They're going to practice every week. They're going to camp. Every week that we did Jackson State, there was some pro scout at camp, checking out people. For Alabama A&M, there was a big offensive tackle that was getting a lot of attention. Coach Mina was telling me, "Hey, man, I got Green Bay here this week. I got the New York Jets, blah, blah," whoever, he would say. So these guys are getting down there, but I kind of agree with Coach Prime on the Jackson State thing. I thought there would have been more guys getting a shot that way, especially in the late rounds. Where really, once you get to the 6th round, teams are just, taking guys that they think they're picking long shots. They think they're picking guys that may be a long shot to make it and stuff like that. So, but I'm hopeful that will change and that will get better in the future. You say one thing about Coach Prime, for the one thing he does is he brings attention to wherever he goes. And for the last 2 years, he brought attention. He had a big megaphone over there at Jackson State, and that helped a lot. And we'll see where they are this year. I got a lot of confidence in Coach T.C. Taylor. I think they're going to pick up and plug in some of the holes and be ready to go by the time late August gets here.
I agree too. I just, I'm not gonna lie. Losing Savion Wilkinson to me is a big, loss to the program, because Savion Wilkinson was the difference between 2021 and 2022 with Jackson State. Having that run game that was pretty much, running by committee, to where last year Savion was the guy. Savion was that every down back, your Ezekiel Elliott, as it were, 2016 version of him. And it was a beauty to watch, because I just personally, I like running backs. Like, I think running backs are a very important aspect of your offense. And so a lot of teams kind of just skirt around that position But I think when you are very fluid and you're very full of that position, it moves the needle, for your offense. So with Savion leaving, we talking about a guy in the MEAC at Delaware State who was freshman of the year. That's a big loss to their program. So I just that makes me wonder a little bit about what's going on at Jackson, if I'm being frank.
Well, like I said, they're going to have to fill some holes, but I agree with you about that because one of the things going into that last year, they needed a running game last year, and they came in and he answered the call. He did a great job because they felt like they had a good enough passing attack, and what they needed was someone to come in and pound the football, get that short yardage situation, but also with the ability to, I mean, he had the skills to do that, and he could catch the ball. So they do have some holes to fill. But like I said, I mean, it's not like when you have holes to fill, that means you have an opportunity to bring in some players that are just as good or better in certain situations. So we'll have to see how that shakes out.
Agree. And real quick, Justin Singleton, Hoop Jargon member on the Facebook side, says, I was curious to if Butch would. I'm sorry, I'm hooked on finance right now. If Butch would know what was going on with A&T Sports, I know he did work with them for a little, and will the Rockets take over the network since it's dissolving? I don't know what that even means, but if that resonates with you, speak up.
Yeah, no. He's right. He said I fill in from there from time to time with Calvin Murphy on the Rockets pre and post game shows. I haven't heard any more about the takeover. It's definitely going to happen. I think the Astros and the Rockets will take control at some point. I haven't seen any changes yet, to say that, and I haven't heard that that's been finalized yet. But that's something that I've always enjoyed doing in the past. That's been the Astros, of course, have had a lot of success, recently. So it's kind of fun doing that. And on the other side, man, anytime you sit down with Calvin Murphy, it's a blast, man.
I'm gonna share a Calvin Murphy story. When I was a kid, so we was at Fondy Gym, downtown Houston, the legendary Fondy Gym. I remember Robert Ory came in with like his third year for the Rockets or what have you. And we just bomb rushed Robert Ory because we were young, like we was just like, oh, Robert Ory, he's he was not Hakeem Olajuwon face of the Rockets. And I remember Calvin Murphy just cussing us out so bad, man. Calvin Murphy's a fool with it, man. So yeah, man, that is singed into my mind to the rest of my life. With him like, see, that's why we can't bring nobody here because y'all know that. He just was going off of it. It was the funniest thing in the world. Go ahead.
I think we ought to end with that because you can't do much better than that.
It was good times, man. Fondy Gym, some of the best, worst moments I've had in my life, being a basketball player occurred in that gym and the legendary Fondy Gym. That's the true story. So Butch, man, thank you so much for giving your time, sir. Any parting words you got as we round the show out?
Yeah, no, just looking. I think you said it best earlier when you said we could have more parity than ever before in the SWAC, which also makes for exciting games. If everybody's going to beat up on everybody, the whole league may come down to what happened in the West last year. The final week of the regular season, and you had Southern, Prairie View, and Texas Southern right there with the chance to win it. And, we could see some of that on the East. I think Florida A&M is going to be the team to beat, but you never know because you look at it, Alabama State's going to be good. Like you said, who knows what Maynard is doing in Alabama A&M. It could come down. And Jackson State, let's not forget, they're the defending champions in the East. So they're not going to give up their crown like that. So I think you're right. The word is parity. We're going to see a lot of competition. We're going to see a lot of teams facing off with the chance to beat each other every week, and that's going to make for some exciting games.
Agreed, and I'll be here once the football starts back up. I'll put more SWAC content out. I've just been kind of laying low because I think it's a lot of just people putting out content, just be putting out content. I understand. I understand, but I'm away when it means something to put it out. I will put it out because I want the people to be informed. I want people to hear it from people who know. That's why I respect you coming up here and talking about the SWAC sports, because that's literally your life. You literally go and report about it. So,
Yeah. Well,
so on and so forth, man. So, yeah. What were you saying? I missed it.
No, I just said, just call me anytime.
Absolutely, man. Thank you so much. And so thank you, Butch. You can go ahead and drop down. Thank you for giving your time. And it's been awesome, man.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Absolutely, absolutely. So as we go forward, man, if you guys want to hop up, I don't have panels like that. But if you want to come up and talk your sugar honey iced tea about the SWAC, I'm gonna drop the link right here. Let's have a discussion, man. It's Friday, I'm off work. You know what I'm saying? It's I would love to hear other perspectives out there, because listen, man, with the SWAC season, again, we got used to the Coach Prime experience. We got used to Coach Prime, being at the vanguard, of SWAC competition in the last 2 years. Didn't lose a game. Now I know lost the Celebration Bowl. I get it. I get it. Hey, listen, man, I'm not against nobody who has critique for that. But as far as just what we're gonna see overall going forward, it's gonna be a whole bunch of more teams we talk about. And Butch talked about Coach Fred McNair. I think Alcorn's gonna be right back in that mix in the East. And so I'm very excited. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm excited. So again, if you want to come up and let's talk a little bit more about the SWAC competition, you have the floor. Shout out to Miss Diva coming in with all kind of emojis. Shout out to Miss Diva. Came emoji heavy. So until someone does come up, but again, I just want to speak about the volatility, with Coach Prime, with 51 guys leaving, he brought in a 5-star receiver, I believe. He brought another 4-star receiver. I think Shane Hooks is going to end up over there, having leaving Ole Miss so abruptly. Yeah, that makes me kind of think a little bit. You left so quickly. So I think, you're going to end up over there at in Colorado. And I think listen, man, that team was 1-11 last year. So people are just kind of overshooting, listen, man, losing 51 people, that's a lot of people. I'm not going to sit here and gloss over that. But for what you are really trying to attain, what you're really trying to, build towards, you got to get rid of losers. And I'm going to say it, man, because hoop jargon, I'm going to put my own self out there. In high school, I was used to winning. In college, my first year at Stephen F. Austin State University, shout out to the Lumberjacks, I was used to winning because it was a winning culture. When I was at Prairie View, first year we expected to win. Second year, the losing culture had already permeated over. And I'm not going to lie. If I was a coach of that team, I'd have got rid of a lot of people. Not myself, per se, because I wanted to win, but I wasn't deemed as the leader. So I couldn't, my influence, it didn't mean shit. On a level of what a coach would designate to a player. So there's a lot of guys, who my homies to this day, I'll keep them nameless. I would have cut them motherfuckers. Excuse my French. I would have cut them. Because when you don't get rid of guys who are so used to losing, who don't want to work hard, or just have the right mental state, you're not going to win. Because those kind of dudes start to revel in losing. It's almost like, we're going to lose anyway, whatever. And you got to trim the fat, man. You have to trim the fat. So when I watch Prime do what he does, he had that famous line about that cat who was 6'8", 300 pounds, like you 6'8", 300 pounds. You'd be a great person for somebody beside me. And that's just what it is. You got to understand it's bigger than stature. It's bigger than, your measurables. Sometimes you just a poor culture fit. And you got to get rid of people. And so if I'm looking at it from a, evaluation standpoint, and these people are, 1-11, I'm going to side-eye the hell out of them. Sorry. That's just facts. So I understand the 51 is a that's a crazy number to look at. But I do also understand in this transfer portal era, it's more different than anything we've ever observed in our life. And I also seen a cat who went to the transfer portal who actually come back to Coach Prime. So, you know, you got to factor all those things in. Let me say that. Let me say this. Y'all hit the like button, man. Listen, man, with SWAC football talk, SWAC conference is something I respect so much, and I'm going to give it to you raw, real, and authentic. I'm not going to sit here and just make up some storyline, just say some goofy stuff just to make a YouTube stream. That's not how I roll. So I appreciate y'all rolling with me. Just saying. Israel says Alcorn is in the West. Okay, yeah, they just switched over to the West. Okay, that's right. Alcorn historically has been the East, but I think they just switched over to the West. So appreciate that correction. Let's see. Simon Man says SWAC Media Day is going to be pretty interesting this year. Yeah, I agree with that all the way. SWAC Media Day is normally, again, something that nobody really cares about. But now, since Prime has come, now, you know, people have eyes on the SWAC. And listen, bro, that's always good with me. Dante said first thing he said was them hopping that portal, wasn't it? Yeah. I mean, listen, man, the transfer portal is a good thing for players who don't fit a culture, for players who are not as talented to maybe mask their non-talent to go find somewhere else to play. So the fact that, you know, Prime, you know, told them to go hop in the portal, like it is what it is. Oh, well, hold on. So Dante, you talking about him saying that to the Jackson State players or to the Colorado players? Which one? All right, shout out to No Guarantee. He said Mark 2 and 22 NKJV, and no one puts new wine into the wineskins, or else the new wine bursts the wineskins. The wine is spilled and the wineskins are ruined, but the new wine must be put into new wineskins. Yeah, so basically you're saying that if you have a poor foundation, then yes, you will bear poor fruit. Absolutely. You gotta get rid of losers. Some people are just losers in life, man. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not trying to be, you know, obtuse about this how can I put it? About this matter of fact of life, but you got to get rid of losers if you want to win. Just saying. Okay, so Dante, you're saying Colorado. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, listen. You said that wasn't it. I don't think that's not it. Because if you got to know when you come into a program, you don't know these kids. You don't know their temperaments, you don't know their habits, you don't know their drive, their determinations. So what you got to do is kind of come in with the scare tactics. So you come in and just overstate what your expectation is. And guess what? The weak ones will leave. It's almost like they just more or less are telling themselves, because they know they can't handle that new standard, as it were. They can't handle it. So they will leave. And so you speak boisterous on the front end to get rid of guys who won't be a good culture fit anyway. So I think that was it. Because again, these are dudes who produced a 1-11 record. So I'm gonna just go with the, you know, I'm gonna take the over rather than the under and say, like, yeah, those guys probably not a good culture fit because they suck. Just saying. Shout out to D-Lob. Brother says, I will bet a lot of them kids was forced to leave. Well, listen, maybe. Now Prime did say he ain't forced nobody to leave. He said they eliminate themselves. So, you know, Prime maybe, you know, misstating that, you know, and I'm not here to celebrate and champion everything that he says, because I know with his personality type, he's probably a little manipulative. I think that's what I say. He's a little Machiavellian, as it were. So I don't think that is a wrong sentiment to take, D-Lob. So I rock with that. He says, and that's the difference. Yeah, I mean, listen, man. Some people just don't deserve to be in your program. Some people are just not of that ilk or that, you know, personality standpoint. Now, talent-wise, they may be there. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I tell people all the time on the basketball side, everybody will talk about points and rebounds and just points. Everybody's so obsessed with points. I'm like, literally, coaches want guys, and they don't look at their points per game at all. They watch film and see how good you are on defense. They see how smart you are in, you know, crunch time situations. They see how well you rebound, and they see how well you defend. That's how you get a scholarship. But some people are just so enraptured with, you know, offensive points. Listen, you can't have a team of scorers because guess what's gonna happen? I ain't happy. I ain't getting the ball enough. Yada yada yada. So then you got a new problem. So it's just big to understand that all those measurables that these sports shows say and things of that nature. That's not how actual coaches recruit. It's not. I would challenge a coach to come on the stream and tell me I'm lying because I know how these talks go. Just saying. But he has the right to do so. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, man. Listen, man, it's his program. And I'll leave y'all with this. Any coach will tell you the worst thing you can do is get fired not doing your shit. Get fired going off someone else's recommendations because you know what's going to happen? You're going to have regret. Like, man, I should have did it my way. And the answer is yes, you should have. You should have done it your way because if you do it someone else's way and you get fired doing it, guess what? It's not guaranteed you're going to get another job. So if you're going to get fired, and I'll say it this way, shout out to Coach Rim, my coach at Prairie View, my second coach at Prairie View. He was like, if you're going to F up big, meaning go all the way out effing up. Because if you go and you are like half doing it, I'm gonna take you out the game. So if you're gonna get taken out the game, go all the way out. I'll leave y'all with that. And so I dropped the link a few times. Nobody wants to come up, no problem. So I will leave the stream there, man. So thank y'all so much for being a part of this stream, man. Listen, man, SWAC Sports, again, near and dear to your boy Hart. If you're not done so, hit the like button. It helps out with the algorithm. You have the subscribe button if you're new. And I appreciate y'all coming in and listening to your boy, man. Thank you for listening to Butch Alsandor. If you don't know, he's one of the SWAC announcers. Like this dude has been around sports reporting since Ben Pippen. Like that's what he's been doing forever. And it's a guy like in my high school sports endeavor, he was a person who I saw, doing that. And I always admired what he did. And so him coming through now and being more on the SWAC side, I got to have Butch on here. I just do. All right, let's see. Miss Diva say, hold on. All right, Miss Diva, I'm going to give you a little minute. Come on, hop up on here. We got some SWAC talk. Israel Carey says, great show, man. Yeah, absolutely. Hashtag KXL 2004. So that's Kappa Xi Lambda 2004. Okay, all right. All right, Miss Diva's up here, so let's do it. Miss Diva, what's up now?
Wait a minute. I was trying. I had to register my CDL and I got stuck and I couldn't back out of it without having to start over.
Okay.
It took me so long. Get up here.
All good. You got the floor.
I want to hear your opinion on something. It's totally off pertaining to the SWAC because I just done threw my hands up with this stuff with the SWAC and prime and stuff. I have. And trust me, like I said, my baby attends an HBCU within the same conference as Jackson. I'll just say that. I'm just done with all of it. I really want to hear your opinion on this. As I've spoken with a couple of my coworkers and a couple of other individuals, and I don't know if I'm just stubborn, don't want to understand it, but this here I don't understand. So by you being a sportsman, maybe you can explain this to me.
Okay.
Why in the world? What did Dillon Brooks do so bad for them to say you can't play here no more ever, and you're gonna have to go overseas to play? Because I'm not understanding, and don't tell me nothing about. I don't want women. Hold on. Yes, I do have stipulations to your answer. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear nothing about. Well, he talked a whole lot of game, but he couldn't back it up. I'm like, that's every Cowboy fan in America talking good game every year and don't never back it up. I don't want to hear that. He called LeBron James. Oh, well, hell, at the end of the day, LeBron James has a receding hairline to the back of his head. He is old, but I give him props. He can still shoot at his age. Hell, I'm old. Number 3, well, Memphis, the one I heard today was, well, Memphis has a bad reputation. So what y'all looking for, the Grizzlies to uplift y'all reputation? Get the hell out of here.
All right, I got you. Okay. Trust me, I got you. All right, so with this, so I asked the question yesterday in my sports group. I was like, so how real is that statement? Because Dillon Brooks' agent came up against Shams and said that your report is felonious, basically. So I don't know how true that is. To your point, asking, if it's just kind of selling the name of the Memphis Grizzlies, like y'all have no reputation. Y'all reputation is y'all young. Y'all got a lot of stuff to say, but not a lot of product behind it. So, what reputation are you sullying? Basically, with Dillon Brooks, speaking in the affirmative, about challenging LeBron James. So I just find a lot of cap in that. So I don't know, man. I haven't fully got the full rundown if that's the true statement. So I'm gonna take it as that's not true. Like I don't understand how a guy that young, a guy that productive, now he can't shoot his way out of a wet paper bag, but I don't see him being banished overseas over that. Like it doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I mean, I heard that one the first time I heard that he gonna have to go overseas and play. I actually was thumbing through YouTube, not yesterday, day before yesterday, while I was sitting here doing homework and stuff. And I don't know how in the world I came. I didn't even know Shaq had a podcast, but I ran up on his stuff and he was like, "I'm hate to say it, but he's gonna have to play overseas." And I'm like, "What the hell? How is this man gonna have to play overseas? He ain't did nothing no worse than Draymond Green, and Draymond Green stomping folks in the chest."
Exactly.
But I mean, like I said, those are the different stuff. And I'm like, here, these folks over in Memphis losing their mind. And I'm like, because he got up there and talked mess. I'm like, so has this circled back around to the taunting thing? You can't taunt, you can't talk mess. I mean, I just, maybe I just hadn't watched enough of the basketball. I'm like, what has he done that's so bad? So if you tell, I even asked somebody today, I'm like, okay, so y'all telling me he talked so much mess, but he couldn't back it up. So you telling me if he had to just shut his mouth and went out there and played and not say nothing, he'd still be on the team?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Draymond Green has been worse. Punching teammates, kicking people in the nuts. Like what
yeah. I just don't. I mean, I'm not understanding, or maybe it's not meant for me to understand. And tell whoever it is, I'm eating a protein bar. I always eat damn protein bar. I love my protein bar, but I'm not understanding. And it's like everywhere you go around here, somebody talking mess. And I'm like, well, damn, did he shoot somebody? What, the man got up there and talked some smack, and y'all done kicked him off the team and kicked him out the league? I heard a couple of people talking about, ain't nobody gonna take a chance on bringing him on because he's too much of a liability. And I'm like, well, damn.
Oh, yeah, he plays great defense. He can't shoot his way out of a wet paper bag. We understand that. But how many dudes we know who had that same archetype? So, I mean, like, what we talking about? And shout out to Asriel Carey. I totally missed the flat part. So
and tell yo, I forgot. You know what? This is a Cowboy channel, isn't it? I'm sorry, y'all.
Cowboy fan. I mean, it's not a Cowboy channel.
Well, I mean, I hate to use that. I didn't. Well, yes, I did. I ain't gonna even tell you no lie. I say I hate to use it. Draymond, he ain't no different than the Cowboy fan. Every year, the Cowboy fan come out. We gonna win. We going to the Super Bowl. We're going to the Super Bowl. We're going every year. So what's the difference?
Cowboy fans. So on my channel, I run a show called Straight No Chaser Cowboys Podcast.
Mm-hmm.
We differentiate from those kind. Like, so shout out to Chala. We don't do that here. So we call those affiliates. Those are Cowboy affiliates. So
yeah, because these some here where I'm at, which is right beside Memphis. This is straight Cowboy / Pittsburgh nation round here. I'm a poor little Indianapolis Colts fan, so I just got to get it in where I can fit in.
I'm sorry to hear
But
that.
I just don't. I'm like I said, just trying to. I guess I've been speaking to people. I guess the people I've been asking or been talking to are so into their feelings about this. And it's like, okay, I need somebody to help me understand this that doesn't have their feelings attached to this. They can actually see it. I like to come like the interview you had last night with the man on the panel. Mm-hmm. I like y'all back and forth, and I liked his response because it was like, no matter how I feel about this individual, I can still either give him his, I can still give him his props. And it's hard for a lot of people to do. I mean, I don't like Tom Brady, but I can't take nothing away from him. He good at what he do. He got 6 rings. So I mean, and a lot of people can't do that when it comes to an individual. Like, I hate LeBron James. Well, hey, you might can hate him, but he's still good at what he do. You can't take, his craft from him. So that's why I wanted to ask you, because you tend to answer questions without being in your feelings.
Yeah, for sure. And so before I bring Tony D up, let me say this. Like, literally, man, I don't like LeBron James. I don't hate him either. I just don't like him. I don't like his experience. I don't like his media influence. It's just it's hard for me to digest. I'm gonna keep it real. But Kobe Bryant is my favorite player of all time. I got Kobe at 11. I got LeBron James at 4. So my feelings don't affect my evaluation. It's just it is what it is. So at least I can't speak for nobody else. But so quote out to Bun B.
Well, see, I like that about you, because you can see past your feelings. A lot of individuals, and preferably men, cannot see past their feelings when they come to assessing these people, these players.
Yep.
And it's kind of
way worse than that, but what you saying not wrong. Women are way worse past emotionality, but men,
no, we're not. We're more technical, as in pointing the faults out.
Y'all are wired from emotionality first, because what you see with most women say, I feel. That's what y'all do. I literally had a woman who said, I had a conversation with her, man. Black woman living out here in LA. She's married to a white dude, and she talking about how racist the world is and all this. And I'm like, but you're married to a white dude, right? And she was just like, well, no, that shouldn't matter, blah blah blah. I was like, okay, so you do understand if you pitch your idea of racism, but you're married to a white guy, that just invalidates your whole stance, right? And she said, well, no. I just feel like it shouldn't do that. I'm like, okay. So when we talked about history, I was like, okay, so about history. He's like, history is what I feel like it is because white people have manipulated history, which I agree with. But you're saying, so basically I try to pin her down like, okay, so what do you think history is? She said, history is what I feel like it is. I'm like, how does that work? And we're talking about a woman who makes good money living in Inglewood in a nice house with a husband. They got a nice house. She said that history is what she feels. And if she ain't so far from what the average woman is, in my opinion, because women lead with emotionality, generally speaking.
But hold on. I had to check down here in my underwear, make sure I'm still a woman the way you talking. Hold on.
Go ahead.
It's a difference between emotions and comprehensions.
You say
that's why I said a lot of people cannot. I mean, it's sad to say a lot of people cannot comprehend because they too busy being driven by their emotions and their feelings. Because
men lose that. I agree with you on that. In sports, men lose scope. But I'm just saying overall.
That was an overall statement. I mean, because to go back to the conversation you said you had with this lady, I mean, that lady hadn't even comprehended that I'm a black woman married to a white man. So the comprehension in that is you already know you got an uphill battle to face. So why is your feelings in this if you already comprehending where you at in the first place? Or maybe it's just me.
I don't think she's so different than most conversations I have with women. Most women it's just I feel. It's the feel Olympics, what they call it. So I have a lot of conversations.
I didn't leave what I feel. Not yet anyway.
All right, fair enough. I'm just telling you what your counterparts are doing out here.
I don't claim these folks.
But anyway.
But man, I feel, but since you say I feel, and I'm gonna let this man say, since you said, I'm gonna go ahead and leave with it. I feel that Dillon Brooks is being used as a scapegoat because they don't want to sit here. And yes, I was one of the main people that was taking up for Ja, not taking up for him, but I was looking at his age per se to his foolishness. But I believe Dillon Brooks is being used as a scapegoat. I believe they don't want to touch Ja when they mad at Ja, so we're gonna sit here and jump on Dillon. Now that's my opinion, and that's how I feel.
All right. I'm not against you at all. I think that Dillon Brooks is getting a horrible rap right now. Now the stuff he been wearing in pre-games, I can't back that up. But overall, I think people just dogpiling on him because he's to be dogpiled on right now. And I don't agree with that, to be honest. I'm not a fan of his either, like at all. But anyway, Tony D, you got the floor, bro.
Yeah, man. I'm Dillon Brooks, bro. I think they going too hard on him. Like, yeah, he wrote a check that his ass couldn't cash, and that's okay. It happens. Like, it happens to everybody. But being a scapegoat, I just think that he may want more money than what they willing to pay. That's really it. But I don't think, and somebody gonna pay him. I think he gonna get it, because the type of player that he is, everybody wants that kind of a player on a team. I mean, everybody wants that type of player. That's a Draymond, that's a PJ Tucker, somebody that's willing, to go play defense and do some dirty work. You need those types of players. So Dillon Brooks is gonna get the money. And I ain't worried about it.
Well, may I ask you this question right quick now? May I ask you this question? All right. And like I said, this is just talking to the men that I work with and some men around here. Now, they said, and going according to what you said, Dillon Brooks wrote a check his ass couldn't cash, talking all that mess and played horribly. Now, and they got rid of him, right? Mm-hmm. Now, why they didn't get rid of AD? Because just less than 23 hours ago, they were praising AD. Last night, AD had a bad game, and now he's scum of the earth. Now, what's different?
AD is way more talented than Dillon Brooks. That's the reason. Like, they ain't gonna get rid of AD is, and I get what you're saying, but AD is way more talented. Dillon Brooks is not on that scale. Now, do we talk about AD? I mean, they've been saying it. Hey, AD got to show up every night. Like, he can't have this one good game, one bad game, one good game, one bad game. Everybody's saying it, but AD is just way more talented, so of course they're not gonna get rid of him.
Okay, now take that one. What you just said, AD got to show up every night. But if I'm not mistaken, now Dillon Brooks, is he not filling in? Is he not filling in for? I can't think of the young man's name, but the young man that hurt his hand, the shooter, the little white baby. And I'm still trying to figure out how to hit.
Grayson Allen.
The one that got it wasn't Dillon Brooks filling in for the baby. I hate to say the baby, the man that hurt himself.
I can't think his name either.
Grizzly got 3 players that was out for injury. Yes. Wasn't that Dillon Brooks was filling in? If I'm not
Adams, and you got Brandon Clark.
Dillon Brooks is starting anyway. Like that. That's
the only player I can think that hurt their hand on the Grizzlies was Ja Morant.
It was a little white. I hate to say that. He's white boy. I remember the play because I was like, how did he hurt his hand? He just like grazed LeBron's leg or something, but he coming out holding his arm. I thought the ambulance gonna drive out there on the floor the way he was cutting up so bad. His shooting hand got messed up. God, I can't think of these damn players' names. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is, yeah, you just said AD has to be on point every night. Were they looking for Dillon Brooks to be on point every night? Because if they were, that's a setup on their behalf. Why would you look for this man to be on point every night when you know, hell, he shouldn't be starting in the first place? Should be in second strings. But I mean, am I missing something?
He should start. No, Dillon Brooks should start. He's a starter in the league. Now, to be honest, everybody's job is to put on every night in the NBA. Now, we just know there are going to be some off nights. We understand that. But Dillon Brooks should definitely start. I mean, somebody that's not a starter and giving you 14 points is primarily a defensive guy. That's not bad. You can live with that. Like, he's a defensive guy that's going to give you 14. He really can't shoot a lick. But he's going to give you 14, and that's really all coming from hustle. You're going to live with that because you're not asking him to play offense. You're asking him, hey, come set some screens, do the dirty work for us. You'll score eventually, and he does. I mean, 14 – look at PJ Tucker. PJ Tucker go out there, he give his all, and sometimes he don't even shoot the ball during the game.
He didn't shoot yesterday.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, he didn't even shoot.
But for a guy like PJ Tucker, I'm glad you brought that up. He's a hustle guy, so he's going to go out there. He's going to get scrappy on defense, and he's going to go, try to get those he's gonna do anything else, as far as just shooting and standing in the corner. He does everything else, and I think he's really important piece to a championship team. I like guys like PJ Tucker.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think Dillon. And what I'm saying is, I think Dillon Brooks can be that for somebody.
Agreed.
You know what I'm saying? Just because it's not with Memphis, okay, so what? PJ Tucker has went on and had a pretty good career since he was in Phoenix.
Okay. I got another question. Like I said, these some questions now. Now, okay. Just give you an example of what my coworker said. And he was like, Dillon Brooks is just out there and just shooting. And he was like, Donald, that'll take the wind out of the team. Why are you taking a shot that you ain't supposed to be? And I'm like, now going according to what you just said, Dillon Brooks is not a shooter. So why get mad at him because he was taking shots off the wing when he's not a shooter?
I would say ask him what level of basketball do you play?
Right. And I didn't play high school basketball or college basketball, but man, you follow the game enough and you can watch it with an unbiased eye and know what's going on. Like
the last 3 years, he's been on the team 3 years, correct? If my math is right. Dillon Brooks been on the team. What has his grade been year 1, year 2, year 3? Has he declined that bad? I mean, I guess I'm just trying to make sense. Y'all are just, like I said, y'all act like this man is Frankenstein the way these folks around here. What has he
this year, Dillon Brooks went down a little bit. 18 points. Got hurt. Only played 31 games, but the year before he averaged 17 points. Like this is a defensive guy. Though that is pretty impressive, and he's not a first or second option on that team. So for somebody to come give you that kind of production on the offensive end, and you're looking at him for defense, that's you're gonna get paid. He's gonna have to shoot like that. Look, it's the playoffs. What are teams gonna do? We're gonna take away your best player. It's going to force your second player to have to step up. It's going to force everybody else to step up. Just so happened he just couldn't hit a damn thing.
I think what people get everything misconstrued with like Dillon Brooks is that Dillon Brooks, he's one of those type of guys where like, people mix like a lack of awareness like on his offense. Like his inability to shoot the team, like he's not really, his game is not predicated to shooting threes and taking a lot of jump shots. He's a guy to go out there and get scrappy and play hard on defense. Now, as far as his personality and stuff like that and his trash talking, I can see why people don't really like him like that. Just for the trash talking. And you expect this guy to go out there and shoot many jump shots, man. Like that's not his game. Like his strength is just to go out there and play defense and hustle.
Well, I mean, I just had to pull up his stats real quick. Like he's a career 34% from three. That ain't terrible. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? The past 2 years he's been bad, 30% and then 32%. That's bad. Okay. That's bad. But career-wise, 34%. I mean, the NBA game is now it's outside game. You can live with that. Somebody like Trevor Reeves, he's probably the same. Probably, 34, he may be around the same thing. Like that. I'm okay with Dillon Brooks. Did he just have a bad series? Yeah.
Yeah, he had a bad series.
All. But see, that's the problem I have with the philosophy of, I don't know if I want to say the philosophy of men in sports or the philosophy of sports. I mean, take that, Dallas Cowboys. Yeah, they'll sit here, Dak will get out here and his first 3 games, he's shooting like a star and he doing good. And then that 4th game, he might have had a fight with his woman or something that morning, or something could have went bad that morning and just threw his whole day off. Y'all ready to throw that man to the wolves because he done had 1 bad game. Why is it the philosophy of sports is, okay, a person have 1 bad game, y'all ready to throw him away?
Yeah,
that's how they do Anthony Davis last night.
Right?
Yes, y'all were ready to kill that damn man.
Hold on. So I'm gonna say this, because listen, man, I'm almost at my wit's end with Dak Prescott. I'm gonna be honest. But Dak, his totality of his body of work has been more good than bad. It's not even close. So when people just go so hard on Dak, I'm just like, dog, do you know what the alternative for Dak Prescott is? Goddamn Cooper Rush. Cooper Rush
Yeah.
sucks. I know he had a good little 3-game span, but you remember Cooper Rush before that? He was damn near unplayable. You know,
Yep.
before Cooper Rush, we had goddamn it, before we drafted Dak. I mean, obviously Tony Romo, but just Hutchinson. And we had
Y'all had some terrible backups.
bro, we had some horrible
Some terrible backups, man.
So I understand that Dak is disappointing. I get that. Yes, he's disappointed. Again, he's almost at wit's end with me. But when people just start to get so overzealous about it, like, oh, we need to just get anybody off the motherfucking streets, I'm just like, no.
That's not okay.
No. Now, I would say this too, Miss Diva. Being an avid Cowboy fan who lived in Dallas, I used to go to Cowboy games all the time. If you press the average woman on their football knowledge, you're going to get the dumbest commentary of all time.
Wait a minute. Hold on. You just hold on. Wait 1 minute. Wait a minute.
I'm just going to call it how I see it. But
You don't put all of us in the category, because what I just said is not a lie. That is fact what I said. The philosophy of football and football players, a person can play good the first 3 games and they have one bad game. Like I said, y'all know y'all men, and you talk about women being emotional. Y'all men are extremely emotional. Y'all done got up and you know your woman made you mad.
Right.
Ain't no telling what that woman done did to him to make him mad. He get out there and play crazy. And then too, hold on. You talk about you got bad backup this and bad. Y'all don't never, and not saying y'all, why don't they ever give the second and third and fourth and fifth string quarterbacks playing time? How do they expect them to be good when y'all don't never let them play?
Tell me more about how the Chiefs play they thirds and fourth string backup. It's Pat Mahomes and Pat Mahomes only. So no, here's the thing. If you got 2 quarterbacks, you got no quarterbacks. Meaning your guy is your guy. You don't just rotate guys in. Like it means instability.
Well, why have them then? Why have them on the team if you're not gonna let them play?
Because if somebody gets injured, somebody gets hurt, then you have
okay. Then when somebody get injured and somebody get hurt, and then these folks get in here and play worse than the person that got injured play, then you mad at the backup player, but he has no playing time. So how do you expect him to get his game up if he's not in the game?
You take advantage of preseason and you take advantage of practice. Like, you're a backup for a reason. We're gonna live with having our best player out there. It's the same for basketball. Like, why you think, man? Look, that's different now.
It is the same.
It is the same. It is the same. It's exactly the same for basketball. There are some guys that are on those benches that are not seeing any part of the playoffs, and it's for a reason. They're not good enough. So you live with, somebody like John Morant or getting hurt. Now you can look at, all right, his backup is Tyrus Jones. But now Tyrus Jones may mess around and get hurt. Then we got to look at somebody else to bring in. But that's just how it goes. You're not finna just toss somebody in just because, we need you to get some PT. No, it ain't working like that.
Okay, how many regular season games is it in basketball?
82.
Okay, it's 82. Okay, wait a minute. 82 games. Now, I hate statistics, even though I'm taking sociology, but I hate it. So you got 82 games. So how many of those 82 games does an organization have to win in order, I guess, to qualify for the playoffs?
Roughly about 40.
What's about 40? So 40 plus games.
41.
So we're gonna say, hey, 41 games. You gotta win at least 41 games, 42 games. You mean tell me out of those 40 leftover games, you cannot let your backups get in there and get some playing time and get some experience?
Well, we're talking about football and basketball now. So
we're talking about basketball.
Yeah, okay, so look. Okay, so they will play in the regular season, but I'm talking about playoffs. In the playoffs, you're not taking those chances unless you up big and it's late. And I'm talking,
but they're not letting them take no chances in regular season.
No, they'll play in the regular season, but not a lot. Like even in the regular season, like your second string will definitely play. Now those guys at the very end of the bench, they ain't playing unless it's a blowout and it's late. That's it. And it's the same for the playoffs. You're not playing them unless it's late or you up big or the game is already decided. You want to take your stars out so they don't get hurt, and you're just gonna toss in those other players. That's how it works.
That is just ludicrous to me, because it's like how do you expect them? I'm not gonna. I was told that practice is totally different than the game. Yeah, I know it's different, but how do you expect them to get that in-game experience if they sitting at the end of the bench and not
You
getting
gotta
in the
bring it in
game?
practice. You gotta bring it in practice. Like literally, I tell you, let me tell you something. I went to Eisenhower too, played football there, and I didn't start at all. My coaches told me every time, every year, hey, you want to play? Show your ass off in practice. That's the only how you're gonna get on the field. It's as simple as that. You got to beat the people at practice to get on the field. It's just that simple.
I'll put it this way. My senior year at Prairie View, I came back as the second leading scorer, leading rebounder. And at the time, Coach Hawkins, he got let go, and Coach Rim, who's the assistant coach, got elevated to the head coach. And Coach Rim told me, he was like, Cliff, if you don't step it up in practice, I'm not going to play you. And you know what I did? In my 22-year-old mind, I was just like, yeah, right. Second leading scorer, top rebounder coming back. I set my ass down on that bench with the toughness. And you know what I had to start doing? Busting my ass in practice. And what I'm here to tell you, Miss Diva, is some dudes do not do that. Some dudes just don't have the drive to bust ass in practice, and it leads to your performance on the court. And I think somebody said it best. Everybody don't love basketball like that. I think Pat Bev said this. Everybody don't love basketball like that. Which is true, because it becomes a job at some point. It's not like something you love to be a part of because it's strenuous. Waking up at 5 a.m, eating breakfast, and then going through the rigors of practicing, and then going through being lambasted by the coach, right? You get to a point, you're like, man, F this. But you still do it because why is that? Because they still pay you. So in the college sense, because you still get your scholarship. So it's easy to say that, oh, everybody should play. But when you get to like the idiosyncrasies of what a team is conformed from and with, you start to see why some dudes don't play. That's all.
Okay, tell me this. How did James Houston get in the game? Wasn't James Houston sitting on the bench? And just so happened the man that he follows behind got injured? Now, what if that man had never got injured?
Yeah. And James Houston balled out. But for every James Houston...
But wait a minute. When did he ball out, though? When he got in the game?
Absolutely. Yes, you're absolutely right.
Now, what if the person had never got injured? That would have been wasted talent sitting over there on that bench.
Maybe. Or they just saw a certain timeline, because coaches have a timeline with certain guys where they think they're at a certain level, and then they inject them into the team scheme. So I can't say that because I don't know their team dynamic. However, for every James Houston, I can name 30 people, 40, who just, when they got a chance, they didn't do shit. They didn't do shit. So I mean, it's always a pendulum swinging with that line of thinking.
Well, I understand. Like I said, I understand that you put, but you'll never know what a person can do until you put them out. I'm not saying put them out there in every game, but I understand you want your stars out there because you want to win, or you want to pad the stats, or whatever it is. But how do you know what the next person can and cannot give you? I understand y'all saying show what you can do in practice, show what you can do in practice. But
I got you, Ms. Diva. Great question. You don't know. Good coaches guess better than bad, because if you just give I'll give a real life example. When I coached middle school, I mean it's middle school, whatever. I had a soft heart, man. I let so many guys who I didn't want to cut play on the basketball team on B team. You know what happened, Miss Diva? Because I had so many guys. These dudes thought they deserved to play. These dudes were horrible. I just thought they were good kids, man. So I put them on the bench. So I had them on the bench, and it was what I learned quickly was I let my guys play. The ones who could actually hoop. The charity cases, you leave their ass on the goddamn bench because they suck. So going forward to the pro level, good coaches who keep good jobs, you get ahead of it. You don't let everybody have equal opportunity. Equal opportunity does not exist. Fair, how Stephen A. Smith say, the fair is where they judge pigs at. Ain't no such thing as fair. I'm gonna have guys who show the most aptitude, and I'm gonna play them. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I'm not gonna sit here and just jeopardize my job and just throw anybody out there.
Okay, I could understand that. Then why have them as C fillers in? If they're not
Because
good enough, and I
they're
can
better
understand.
receiver.
I'm not saying keep them on the team because I agree. If they're not pulling their weight, my opinion, they need to be cut. But I'm just saying, I just look at the sports. And I'm like, you'll never see these folks in the game. What the hell are they on the team for? Just to fill seats? Are they just required to have a certain amount of players or something? Because it's like they're not doing anything. They're just taking up space.
Because they suck.
Well, what you got them on? Well, what is you paying? What are they paying them all that money for if they suck?
So from a comparative standpoint, not in general. Like these guys, I tell people all the time, man, the 12th man on the NBA roster would roast the average player. That dude, I mean, and we saw this in real time. Your boy Brian Scalabrine used to play people for $10,000 and used to kill people. And this dude was one of the last dudes on the bench, right? So from a team dynamic standpoint, yeah, they suck, but not from a actual basketball standpoint. And that's just reality, man. You got to have bodies ready to go just in case you need it.
Yes, the next man up.
Exactly. But go ahead, Humble and Tony. I want y'all to chime in as well.
You got it, bro.
Man, I had a question, man. I don't know if you already touched on it, Jargon, about the last night's game with the Lakers and the Golden State Warriors. What did you see last night? And I don't know if you watched it or not, the full game, because the games be coming on late over on the East Coast. What was your biggest take on the game last night? Like, I want to know, like did Steve Kerr make great adjustments, or just the Warriors just play lackadaisical like they've been doing? That's just my opinion. Like I don't know if you already touched on it.
I'm gonna keep it real. I ain't watch a second of that game because I was with the lady and I hit around to it. But from watching commentary around it, the Warriors just held serve. The Warriors did what they did. I saw AD had a horrible game. LeBron James had you know what's funny about LeBron? LeBron is having these 20-point games consistently, and it's just so funny that 2 months ago, 3 months ago, at 39 years old, 38 years old, he's still doing this. But if you look at his actual production, the Lakers are better when he stays in that 20 to sub 20, scoring average, which is funny on the other end because he's supposed to be the leader still. He's supposed to be this great magnanimous, fixture at approaching 40 years old. I find that funny, but overarchingly, I saw that the Lakers didn't get to the free throw line like game one. And I just see my first prediction was the Warriors in 6. After they lost, I said Warriors in 7. I think the Warriors are just going to outlast them. The Warriors are just a better
I think so too.
Yeah, it's just a better unit, man. And listen, I'm a Lakers fan, but it is what
Me
it
too.
is.
Yeah, I'm a Lakers fan too, man. I just think like with the Lakers, it's just been too much inconsistent play. And the Lakers, they have some options, but I just think their options they don't bring value to the team. And I've been trying to tell like some other Laker fans and obviously LeBron James fans too, like, what do y'all see in this team that can, possibly be a championship caliber team? Like, mid-season you made some roster changes, but they still got to build the chemistry, and you still got to learn the offense and the sets. And the Lakers don't really run any set plays like that compared to what Golden State been running. Like,
well, I think the main thing, man, the Lakers gotta hunker down on defense. There's a big difference between shooting less than 40% from 3, like Golden State did in game 1, and then in game 2 they shooting 50. And you're talking about 2 of the best shooters on one team, and they just, Clay just shooting lights out, and it ain't nothing for Steph Curry to get hot. They're gonna have to hunker down on defense, because even if they play, let's just say that they win this series and they go on to play more than likely the Nuggets, they're going to have to play defense, because Jokic and Jamal Murray, they got it going on. They hitting on all cylinders when it comes to offense.
mm-hmm.
And then they have their own. As crazy as it is, Aaron Gordon is showing to be very underrated on defense. I don't know why, but he's very underrated on defense. So the Nuggets are healthy and they are good. So in order for the Lakers to even get to the finals, defense is going to have to be their calling card. They're going to have to, pin their ears back and make sure that they are are focused on defense. I think the offense will generally come. They miss a ton of open shots. So I it's make or miss league, but I know when they get home, they'll be all right.
Do you mind me asking a question? And maybe it's me, and as Hoop say, us women and our lack of knowledge when it comes to basketball. I mean, how do you defend somebody that's shooting threes? They were raining down threes like it was thunderstorming last night. I'm like,
it's been done before. This isn't anything new. It's been done before. You gotta get up in their face. You can't, like, there's certain things that you can't do when they're setting picks. Definitely don't go behind it. Don't go under the pick. You're gonna have to chase. You have to chase Steph and Clay, all around on the court. It just has to.
You probably had to hedge on defense too, a little bit. Hedge.
Yep. There's so many things that they're gonna have to do. It's different, but like I say, they're gonna have to do it. Like it's got to be for 48 minutes and maybe some more if they're going to overtime. Defense has to be the number one focus for the Lakers.
Okay, I got another question for y'all three since y'all are basketball, and this is another question that popped up in mind. And like I said, I don't know how I got on it, just roaming through YouTube the other day. We know basketball today is not like basketball yesterday. I used to love basketball when I was young, and then they just got on my nerves and I quit watching it. Is it why? I want to say why. Why has the game changed? Why has the game didn't change so? Like, you bump up against somebody, that's a flagrant foul. A person trip off their own feet, that's you kicked out the game for. Why is it so soft? Why they not playing hard like they used to back in the day? Didn't nobody die back in the day? Why are they making the game so soft? I can understand when it comes to football because you're receiving harder hits.
Some of that stuff from back in the day, it didn't belong in the game. I mean, we can keep it, we can keep it all the way real. Some of that stuff didn't belong in the game. Like, I don't want to see somebody driving down the lane and then they just get swung on in the middle of a layup. Like, no, that should not be in the game. Now, hand checking, that's a Jordan thing. You know what I'm saying? They changed the rules to try to make the game better, try to make it, more entertaining, so to say. But that's just how it's gonna go. They always will try to change rules to make the game, more entertaining. So it's always going to change. And some of the changes I haven't liked, but that's.
But how is changing the rules? How is that making it more entertaining when you can't bump them? Now, I'm not saying get out there and pull a Draymond Green and try to stomp somebody hard at the chest, but I mean, if y'all are coming up under the basket and y'all have a collision, I mean, everything is not a flagrant foul. Everything is not intentional. I mean, can something be an accident? Okay, they were just playing hard. They hustled hard for the ball.
I agree. And that's something that the NBA does. And I think a lot of players, I say this from a fan perspective, we all see it and we like, all right, man, some of this stuff just isn't a flagrant foul. And I know a lot of people are, they look at refs like, they definitely could do a better job with saying what's a flagrant and what isn't.
Somebody did, and I asked, I guess the reason why I'm asking y'all this, I was talking to somebody about that, like I said earlier this week. I don't know why I'm talking about basketball, but they were like, Donna, you remember that big fight that went on between was it the Pistons when the basketball players went to fighting the folks up in the stands and stuff like that?
Malice at the Palace.
Yeah, Malice.
Yeah. They said a lot of stuff changed after that. Is that true? That fight caused everything to change?
Not necessarily, and I say this as a Piston fan, not necessarily. And good afternoon, everybody. Just to jump in, but it's a good segue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. One of you guys, avatar, you might need to come back in and come back out because it's not showing your avatar on the rebroadcast, just to help you out. But to answer her question, and she makes a great observation, it started to change more after the late 2000s. After I couldn't see if y'all agree with me on this. The post-Jordan era, and I know Jordan came back to the Wizards or whatever, but we get it. But the post-Jordan era was labeled with what we call hero ball, too much one-on-one action. That year that the Pistons and the Pacers had to fight. I'm a lifelong Pistons fan, so I can tell you this, but that finals beforehand, the score was like 67-70, if you guys recall. If I'm not mistaken. So the Pistons had an 11-game streak of holding teams under 70 points. Now, what the young lady made a good point on is that all fans don't want to see offense. We want to see defense, but it was hard for guys to get to the basket as the defense had caught up with the offense. I think what happened on later in the 90s, the NBA, as the generations are changing, you get more guys now who are learning the game from the video game aspect. I know this sounds crazy, but just hear me out. You get more guys who learn it from the video game aspect versus the actual blacktop or them playing. They're figuring, dang, more people want to see scoring. People like flashy dunks. We need to let them have more movement, more spacing. And this is as the three-point shot became more of a, I think you look back in the 90s, you barely had less than 5 or 6 three-pointers a game. Then in the 2000s, you made it at 10 or 15. Now you'll literally have 60 three-point shots taken. And they minimized obviously the arm, the forearm, and the hand checking in their attempt to make it more entertaining. And again, I would say that that's around the 2008, 2009 on until now. I don't know if and where the video game comes in is, guess what now? The game looks more like a video game than it does actual basketball. Am I lying?
I'm going to say this, Sir Tice, man, listen, what you said was beautiful. Here's why, so one thing I still do, I have a PS5 and I still play, NBA 2K.
Yeah, me too.
I literally got in an argument with a young fella yesterday about how horrible he sees basketball. You're like, man, this ain't no real life. This is a simulation. I'm like, bro, you know this is predicated off of like how basketball is really played. Obviously, playing 3-on-3, it's a little bastardized, but this is it's a function of how basketball is played. But the young, I would say I'll put them in early 20s of the cat. But that's how they see the shit. So you have to make it more palatable to people who view basketball like that. And Ms. Diva, my answer was going to be that it's a function of society. They want the shit to be palatable to people to observe and to retain and to patronize based on society. So when society says, hey, I don't like all this physicality, make it more easy. Guess what the NBA going to do? They're going to make it, they're going to take hand checking away. They're going to make it where like guys like Steph Curry, who looks like a dude who work at goddamn Whole Foods, right? It's goddamn one of the best players in the league.
Because you played in Europe, compare that game to the modern game now. Go.
You said what now?
Compare when you played in Europe or the European game where there's still a post game, where there's still.
Oh, shit, yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so when I played, college and I played in Europe, now I will say the three-point game was a lot more pervasive, but the three-point line was a lot back. And why the three-point line where it is right now is because of the European style. So what the NBA does is they basically take those little small little parts and keep just reinventing it for the layman to follow. So when I played overseas too, the lanes were a lot wider. So when you was in that post, it was harder. And I got to be honest, it made you start to play more outside the basket because, the spacing was so crazy. So when you look at all those things and you look at, how the NBA has overtly shown that they want to change, they're always going for progression every time. Does it make a better product? I don't think so, but that's what they always been. Because if you remember in the early 90s, when they put the three-point line damn near like where the high school three-point line is, you seen like bigs just going nuts, knocking down threes. Anybody remember that?
Yep.
Yeah, yep. They had to move back immediately. I was like, oh shit. Bad idea. Abort. So the NBA, and also I had Malik Rose on the channel the other day. The NBA is always looking for new ideas to make it, again, more digestible to the viewing audience. And he said that now in the G League, they basically try shit out first, and then the NBA picks it up. That is, with no impunity, that's what goes on right now. So with all that being said and being known, we know it's a constant experiment. That's what it is. So go ahead, Tyson.
I've hugged the mic with. I would love for y'all to jump in, but let me just throw one point and see if y'all will bite on this or not. I think the defense. Okay, I love defense. Okay, now somebody made a point. I can't because I can't see your avatar. I can't see who made the point. I wanted to acknowledge you. You're right. Some of those points, some of those defensive tactics, shouldn't have been allowed. They love to talk about my Pistons of the late 80s, but I think the Knicks and Miami Heat was some of the worst basketball I've ever seen. What have you?
Agreed.
That was wild, man.
Okay, that was some of the worst. Because outside of the Patrick Ewings and occasional guys who could get hot. Well, here I don't want to go through there, but I do think I like seeing guys from. If you go back to the 80s, the Alvin Robertsons, to the Dennis Rodmans, to who was a good to Tony who Kobe said was the best hitter, Tony Allen, to the Tony Allens. I love those kind of guys, but let me get y'all take on this. Do y'all think that the offense, like right now, you sometimes see the lane and it looks like the Red Sea, how because of so much spacing on the 3-point line, you're like, wait a minute. Who couldn't run? I could make that layup from the 3-point line. You'll see guys on a 3-on-1 break, and they'll stop and shoot a 3. And I'm like, come on.
I think it's like the offensive principles, how the teams really run their offense now, like with the 5 out. Like you have like so many like floor spacers. Like last night with Golden State, they had so many floor spaces. They didn't really need to go to the rim as much.
Bro, did you see how many of those dumbass threes Jordan Poole took? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
yeah, he get the ball. He just want to chuck the 3, man. He looking at it from like, okay, yeah, I want to be that splash cousin of Steph and Clay. Like,
but it's just a dumbass basketball player, bro.
Yeah,
Jordan Poole a dumbass.
But Tyson, I hear you and I understand that. And, I got a nephew that plays basketball. Steph Curry is his favorite player. And I always tell him, man, you got to watch how you watch, basketball and watch what they're doing. I know it's easy to fall in love with, what your best player does. I mean, what your favorite player does, which is shoot the 3. I say, but a lot of times it's not basketball, dude. Like, if you have an open layup, go take your 2 points. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just brought up the instance of somebody just, like, I've seen it so many times in NBA games at this point. Like, NBA, I know I've seen it in high school. I kind of expect, some dumbness like that to happen in high school. But, like, NBA games where everybody's running to the 3-point line on the 3-1 fast break. Like, what the hell are y'all doing?
Y'all talking about that making my head spin for a minute, because that is something. I'm not prejudicing nothing, but I've always wondered this because my babies play basketball. I'm trying to be nice in my wording. Why is it, why is I see more, talking about high school, why is it the white basketball players shoot the 3s? You don't never see them on the inside. They always shooting 3s, and they actually make them, versus black kids shooting the 3s.
I think I don't know if I agree with necessarily that. I thought you were going to say that. Why is it the white kids are more fundamentally sound than the other kids?
I didn't want to be rude, but that's why I was like, let me be, because I don't want to rub nobody the wrong way. Because that's from what I've seen, what I'm knowing now. Like I said, it's just on the high school level. It's like the white kids are more fundamentally sound. They don't take unnecessary shots. They know how to move the ball around, and they pretty much they pretty much shoot 3s. You don't never see them going on the inside. Never. They always.
I'll tell you why. I got you. I got you. So here's why. When you have a limited, because shout out to Jimmy the Greek. Jimmy the Greek kept it all the way true about 40 years ago. We talked about black athletes. Jimmy the Greek said about that fast twitch muscle that black athletes have give you an advantage, which is true. It's true. We just are, yeah. It's like it's a standpoint where, like, without being, I don't care about sounding racist because it's just truth. We have just an athletic imbalance when it comes to sports. That's why when you look at most sprinters, they're what? They're black dudes, right? Your elite level, long distance runners, they'll do from Kenya, right? So it's just observable reality that we see. So now, why are white people more fundamentally sound? Because they have less to work with. So if you're going to succeed in that same realm, what you'll see is hard work will beat talent out in a lot of times.
Yeah.
So
can I add to that just briefly?
Go ahead.
It's a gift and a curse also. So like in boxing, I don't want to make too much, but it's a sport that I really know. You got a lot of guys who have speed, but they can get destroyed by a guy who understands timing and little nuances and things like that. But in basketball, when I say it's a gift and a curse, I bet that's SKC. I guarantee you that's SKC. Only somebody. Yeah, I knew it.
Ultimate troll, bro.
Right. So, no, seriously. Like, everybody loves Michael Jordan except for me, but I can totally respect him in this, in that if you ever hear any of his peers, from James Worthy, Sam Perkins, that goes back to Kenny Smith from North Carolina days to the Bulls days, they'll tell you, man, this guy's fundamentals was crazy. Okay, crazy. He knew his footwork. He knew things, even up to when he played with Rip Hamilton. I remember Rip Hamilton saying they were working out, and there was a mid-range shot that he just took like one dribble, and he could pop it up. And he was like, he was killing me with this. He said, hey, Rip, add this into your game. And sure enough, look what happened with Rip. He became one of the best mid-range players. Here's my point. Here's my point about this whole gift and the curse. When Jordan's athleticism started to wane, he was still shooting 50%. I mean, 50% when you was getting killed going into the lane, and he had to rely on his turnaround jumper. I know this is everybody's favorite player, whatever. When I'll say Albert. When Allen Iverson's fundamentals started to wane, now you're getting the dumb shots,
So I have a question on that then, Tice, and it goes right in with one of the questions that I wanted to.
Don't steal, man. I'm trying to make a serious.
Don't steal, man.
Don't steal, man. SKC. No.
I do have a serious question. I'm really wondering.
Let me finish this point because it ties into a lot of things. Because look at Vince Carter. Look at how long Vince lasted in a rotation because he had fundamentals. Plus, he was a 2-foot jumper too. I'm just saying. So that's where those white guys, not all of them, ma'am, but where those white guys do have it is what Hoop had just mentioned, is that they have. It's kind of like the kid who knows he's not the brightest, but he's going to outwork your ass. He's going to study longer than you, and he's going to have more. He's going to focus more on things, and that'll make him be the better student than you, even though you may read better than him. That's kind of the analogy. Go ahead, SKC.
With everything that you just stated, I just wonder. Since the times of old up till today, a lot of people make the thought talking about the athleticism has increased significantly. So I asked the opposite question. Has basketball become less cerebral?
Yes, I think.
Absolutely.
Okay. And
yeah.
So if the game is becoming less cerebral, then where does it go from there?
NBA Africa and NBA Europe. That's why they're coming.
No, I like this. No, I like how your brain works, SKC. You try to usurp all of the effery out of what goes on, and you break it down to its rawest form, and I like that. So to your question, where does it go? I think Tice just hit it. Globalization, because again, the NBA is about making it more palatable to a bigger audience. So you have to make it easier for people who do not dominate, from an athletic standpoint, because it gets old to them people. So you start to alienate our audience. So with NBA Africa, are they as athletic as us over here? Yes, absolutely. But they don't have a skill set that we just talked about. These European kids don't have the skill set. I'm sorry, they don't have the athleticism, but the skill set is there. I played over there. I know. So yes, the way you make it more palatable is you make it more conducive to like the how can I put it? To the deficiencies of a wider audience. That's why soccer, everybody loves soccer because anybody can play soccer. Like it's just that's the first sport I played in my life. Was the second sport I played in my life. I played
Tony,
baseball first, then
And,
soccer.
and soccer is more like a finesse sport, and it's more
Yes.
cerebral, and you have like it's solid skills, and it's less physicality with like soccer.
Bingo. So
So
that's
if
my point I'm making.
highlight
Go ahead.
divas.
if it's less cerebral, then I'll kind of wonder to you guys, just your personal opinion on it. Do you enjoy the more cerebral NBA or the more athletic NBA?
That's a good question,
Tony,
bro.
you
That's a good question, brother.
Tony, you have-
SKC mashes everything down to the nth degree, bro, and you
Nah.
just gotta.
See, I'm a
dissect it.
basketball junkie, so I pretty much enjoy the game, just like the X's and O's parts, like just watching like offenses, like for example, like the San Antonio Spurs in 2014. Like I really enjoy watching that. I think it's beautiful basketball. Now the average Joe will say, "Man, that's boring." Like to me, I really enjoy watching the team actually go out there and compete and run set plays and just. Like that. No, don't get me wrong. I like watching like the physicality, the dunking and the 3-point shots and stuff like that. That's cool. But I actually like watching the team just sit out there and just play real basketball. And I think that's the real art of basketball.
I'm gonna say this.
What you think?
I'm gonna say it. My answer is yes. and the way I say yes, because do I want to watch Princeton offense? Hell no.
Hell no.
Do I want to watch 5 out just all TTN? Shout out to my guy Between the Game Sports, which is take that nigga. No, I don't want to see that shit either. So my answer is yes. Like I said, I want to see both of them things.
I forgot what even SKC's question was, but if it's do I enjoy the modern game as opposed? Hey, guess what? I'll even rather watch those Knicks versus Houston, Knicks versus Miami Heat games than these. Now I watch it because I'm just a sports diehard, but I think I think the defense has a right to the ball. I don't want to see all the excessive flagrant stuff, because back then that was before the flagrant call. A foul was a foul. I mean, that's why I tell you cannot compare these eras because guys, you was making lifetime decisions going into the lane. You know what I'm saying? But it was one thing. It reminds me of hip hop. I would keep it on sports, but I used to be a straight up hip hop head from the Gangstar all the way down to the Ghetto Boys and all those kind of things. And now I find hip hop to be redundant and stale. I've seen there's nothing that any of these guys, oh man, you got to listen to the deep stuff, man. It's some good stuff. No, it's the same shit. Yes, I know J. Cole exists and all these guys exist. I've heard it all. And that's how I think with basketball. Now, again, I'm more, this is y'all gonna sound crazy. I'm more Coop. You remember that time I showed you a video of a team that hardly passed? I can't remember what school it was. You remember what it was? It was a team that did not pass. I'm sorry, that did not dribble. My bad.
Okay, yeah. The non dribble, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy watching this. All they did was a bunch of like a backdoor cuts, giving goals, things like that. But they did not because the ball is faster than a human. I love watching. I remember one time when I played, and I'm not gonna act like we was an expert, but we had Sean Respert on our team, right? So when in doubt, we could always throw the Sean Respert. If y'all don't know who Sean Respert was, he had a brief stint in the NBA.
Baller.
He was not Michigan State. He was the Big Ten's all-time leading scorer. I forget who broke his record, but he stayed for 4 years too. But anyways, man, we played this one team, Catholic Central, full of white guys. Man, they were so fundamentally sound. They broke us. We were down by 20. Okay, what was it? 8-minute or 10-minute quarters in high school? We were down by 20 at the end of the first quarter. Their offense was just so efficient. I used to hate the Boston Celtics as a kid with a passion. Now I literally go back and watch those games and just seeing like, damn, how are they breaking teams down this much? But they had everything. They had the inside game, outside game, and you had guys that could drive and they could rebound and they could defend, So I enjoy that aspect. I don't enjoy guys coming down, shooting, 3 seconds off the shot clock and they blast jacking up a three. And I'm like, what the hell? But
on that note, Sir Tice, didn't mean to interrupt you, but I have a limited amount of time, and I just wanted to ask a few questions. Okay, so since the game, you guys have stated that the game has become less cerebral. Does that mean that the quality of coaching has gone down as well? Because you maybe can't really run all of the different sets or go into the creativity of designing, these new and abstract ways of playing the game because guys just want to play athletic ball?
Well, I mean, yes and no, but look who's been consistent, over the years. It's the great coaches. Like, look at Eric Spoelstra. This is just a great damn coach. Steve Kerr, although he has one of the, the great shooters, Steve Kerr's pretty damn good coach. Popovich, still a pretty damn good coach. Like, you still have,
Tony, let me tell you alley-oop. And who are their mentors? Just those two alone, right there, right?
Yeah, I get it. I was getting there, but I was getting there. There will always be, like, coaches will always, run it. If in my opinion, of course, you need great players. It's a players' league. You have to have great players to win. But as far as the question goes, coaching is always going to remain the thing. Like, you can have, those great players. It took Steve Kerr to unlock, Golden State and have them as, pretty much a championship contender every year since he got there. Coaching will always remain. I know, the game has become more outside, just shoot the three, but you still have coaches that know how to say, hey, this is how we're going to dial up those outside shots for our shooters. Then you got guys.
So Tony, would you say that the coaching schemes of today are just as cerebral as they were in the past?
Yeah. It's just what they're coaching for. It's the difference. You still have to have X's and O's on this thing, man. Like, you go look at, and I hate, man, you go look at, Greg Popovich and everything that he's, got behind him. I mean, all the coaches that have come from him. You go look at how they run all of their offenses. It's all the same. But Greg Popovich, he had the best, power forward in the game. He had one of the, I think he did coach David Robinson as well at one point. You know what I'm saying? And same offense. It's just, hey, this is what we're going to do. We're going to tweak it a little bit. Now we're looking for the outside shot in certain occasions. Instead of, hey, back to the basket, Tim Duncan, fine, we're going to run some back because we're going to do this. But we're going to look for the outside shot now.
I'll throw one at you. I'm not a big fan. Did somebody drop? Oh, hoop dropped.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm not a fan of the triangle, and has nothing to do with my Pistons thing or whatever with them or whatever. I just believe that the triangle doesn't work unless you have great players. You always had the Kobe and Shaq as a, and obviously Jordan as a bailout. I do agree though with the coaches, but hear me out on this one. It's not at the pro level. It's at the college and the high school and their AAU development where it really matters, because when it comes to the pros, I think you got certain coaches, like the very excellent good coaches, they're ego managers. You look at your Chuck Daly's, you even look at your Popovich. Although I'll tell you this, you get out of line, look at Steven Jackson, look at look at DeJounte Murray as recently. You a type of player to get out of line, you don't want to, be a coach, you're going to be out of that system because they need guys. They just not, which is, in my opinion, why they think they get so many foreign guys because it's easier to teach them. Sorry, hate to say it. It is what it is.
Well, and I think no guarantees got, I guess, the meat at what I was trying to ask. I'm just wondering, in the past you had, I'm guessing because you guys are more basketball connoisseurs than I am. Maybe I should ask the questions. The coaching schemes of old, like some people would say, like the triangle was very, very intricate. Are there coaching schemes today that are just as intricate, or can people even get those? I'm asking. I don't know.
Oh, you said, are the coaching schemes intricate in what capacity?
like did the offensive and defensive schemes drop in intricacy, or are they on the same level?
I would say it's a thing that is ever changing. One thing that I want to kind of piggyback on is coaches are always important, bro. Coaches, and I gotta give Darvin Ham a lot of credit, man. Even though I'm not a big LeBron James fan, everybody knows this. His willingness to try to change what Russell Westbrook was to fit the scheme, that is to be commended for a first-year head coach. That is, as they say, that's good shit. Where you like, okay, listen, I'm gonna try to manage your ego. I'm gonna play you off the bench, and you come in with the second group. That is strategy. That's something to be commended. So good coaches understand, and again, we're going back to Greg Popovich, to me, who's the GOAT coach, in my opinion. I remember when they lost to the Miami Heat in 2013. They came back the next year, they brought in Marco Bellinelli, and they won a championship.
Mm-hmm.
They beat the shit out of the Heat. It's because his system works. It's not because the Spurs had this great team. I mean, because Tim Duncan was old, Tony Parker was old, Manu Ginobili was old, Kawhi Leonard was just up and coming, and you brought in Boris Diaw's fat ass, right? And you had a winning product. That's coaching, bro. So I think
coaching matters.
We always got to keep our head on a swivel in that regard.
I think a lot of people don't really understand how fast the NBA is moving. The league is too talented from top to bottom. I think what currently separates best teams from everyone else is it's not top end talent, it's roster construction, effective two-way schemes and coaching. And I think that's your key to winning, that way.
Yes. I mean, listen, I'm gonna say this, man, and y'all listen to me like y'all listen to me good. I talk to a lot of guys who are coaches, man, and being a head coach is one of the hardest things to do in the world because your decision is the final decision, and if it's wrong, you are super wrong. But when you're right, you get all the adulation. So with that being said, you've been a coach, man. You affect everything. You affect the rotation. You affect the psyche of your team, this, that, and the third. So to dismiss or have the premise to dismiss, the importance of a coach, you're being very negligent from my view. You're being very negligent because you are the end all and be all of everything. Now, you may be a coach who just sucks and you just got talent out this world. An example I would say.
Rivers? I'm sorry, my bad. Where'd that come from? Where'd that come from?
Or like Mike Calipari, in my opinion. I don't think Mike Calipari is a great coach. But yes, in those senses, yes, your talent can supersede your ability to coach. But then you see guys like Brad Stevens. You see guys like Bob Knight. When you are clearly coaching guys up. And that's not to be disrespected ever.
Yeah.
Well, would you say that it's harder to be a coach in today's NBA because of the increase of player movement from team to team?
I don't think it's not just player movement, but simple answer, yes. I don't think it's not just player movement, but also you have guys that listen. Everybody that get to that level is talented. All right, so let's miss this now. Are they super talented versus or uber talented versus very talented? That's a distinction. But can these guys be coached? Have they been coached? Do they even know the fundamentals? I'm gonna, I don't want to keep bringing up Piston stories. In fact, I won't. I'll just tell you a brief. How much time you got, SKC? You got 2 minutes? Y'all all
yeah, you go ahead, but I grew up watching a lot of the stuff that you saw as well.
Okay,
So
check
the
this
learning curve isn't that far off.
Right, Hoop knows his story, fellas and ladies in the audience. But 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was at this event, and with Sub-Zero 3639, he has a channel, or what have you, right? We were at this event, and we were talking to this one guy, and one guy says, you look like you're a coach. And it's like, yeah, Tim Floyd. And I'm like, and I say, Tim Floyd. I said, yeah, your rookie roster was, and I name it off the top of my head, no Google. I'm like, you had Cornell David, Michael Ruffin. I said, nobody remember these names. You still had I said, you still had Randy Brown. You had Dickie Simpkins was the carryovers from the Bulls. Tony, and he's like, man, I forgot some of those names. And then, we're talking, right? I said, I even remember when you were coaching the Hornets, and they said, wow, maybe Tim Floyd can really coach. He was like, you remember that? He said, how the hell could I coach with those young guys or whatever? But he told some funny stories, and this goes back into players and talent. And this is what you're dealing with in answers into you. And I'll say the names that he said. He said, that was 2004. He said, you guys had won. I already told him I was a Piston fan, right? He said, but if you recall, it was Indiana in the East that was up, and we were up in second, and you guys were third before the Rashid trade happened. And he said Baron Davis could not stand Jamal Mashburn. The year before, Jamal Mashburn was averaging 20 plus in Charlotte, but Jamal had some bad knees, and they both couldn't stand each other. At that time, that's when Baron Davis was that dude, if y'all remember this, back when he piped on KG and all this. And he kind of faked an injury, and then he told Floyd, hey, coach, I'm going to play the Friday before the All-Star game or the game before the All-Star game. Oh, really? He said, yeah, coach, I don't think it'll be good if I just came there and showed, if I showed my face and not having played. And I think y'all see where I'm going with this. And he's shaking his head like, what? So he said, the owner and I talking, he's like, let him play or whatever. He said, yeah, because he said, it's going to be in LA. It's going to be in his hometown. He says, I'm trying to get us to compete for something. And I can't be, he said, now mind you, this guy who was hella talented, he said he was arguably the most talented player I ever coached, but he even said, and I'm putting too much out there, but I don't care or whatever, he said by the time Mashburn came back, Mashburn just couldn't play with him, and Mashburn kind of sat it out, and they were in a first round playoff series against the Heat. That's when the Heat had Caron Butler, Lamar Odom, a rookie Dwayne Wade, if y'all remember that. And that series went 7 games. And damn, like I said, I'm putting too much out there, but basically, it was like Barron kind of just checked out. Like what Kobe did in 2006, against Phoenix. I hate to take that jab, but he was like, why'd you do that? One of the assistants, he was like, because man, if we win, Floyd's coming back. And I don't want, and I'm in my head like, so to SAC's question, man, winning is the furthest thing from some of these guys' mind. Now, granted, you could say he was young and all this, he didn't know, but it was a matter of, I don't like you. You make us work too hard. I'm a star right now. So yes, I would say that would be very hard to coach against or coach to, however you want to do it.
Listen, man, these cats out here have ulterior motives.
Yep.
And so you can in your mind all day, think that everybody's there for the right reason. And I'm here to say, vehemently, they're not. They're not. Some dudes just listen, man. I'm good at basketball. I'm 7 foot tall. I'm 6'5", and I can jump out the gym, and that's why I do this. My heart is not in basketball. That's just real talk. So it is not abstract to think that and to observe certain guys of where they are. Let me say that as we go forward.
This is brief, but there's a story about Paul George when he was in Indiana, and he saw the ball rolled over to Larry Bird, and Larry Bird sitting on like where the bench is, and he nails a shot. And he's like, "Damn, GM, I know you could hit like that." And everybody looked at Paul George like, "Are you serious?" Like, the point is that this guy didn't know that one of the greatest guys in the history of the game or whatever, that's his GM. I guess he just plays basketball, who's not too far removed from when he played. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it's true.
No, that's real talk. I mean, because it just shows, from the disconnect as far as a person's, consciousness, where you got a guy like Larry Bird, who's one of the greatest. Like I got Larry Bird number 5 greatest players of all time. You know what I'm saying? I think LeBron just skipped him when he won the bubble championship, in my opinion.
Bubble,
So, yeah. So,
bubble
go ahead.
Bubble wrap ship.
Right. But, I mean, at the end of the day,
I'm joking.
I'm going to give the Lakers the same clemency I give the Spurs in their lockout year. So, it is what it is in that capacity. I have to. Because I think that year of the lockout, it was some bullshit.
No. What's your point about, like, these guys have talent, but they just play because of the money?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah. Man, and bro, it's a good hustle to have. Like, if you are just, God bless you with, a stature that, you can step in on any arena and you just dominate, bro, get your money. I ain't mad at it.
But I don't think that you have to love the game and be Mike Tyson is about boxing. He's like a boxing encyclopedia, or like they say Kevin Durant, he just loves watching sport or basketball at all levels from kids and all this. I don't think you have to be like that, but I don't think it's too much to ask to know or appreciate some of the history of the sport. Larry Bird.
I mean, yeah, that's a little different, man. Like to not know, I mean, that's just knowing the legend. Like that's like
you're
bro,
flabbergasted by it.
But a lot of people think Larry Bird was garbage. I'm just like, y'all have no clue how good that dude was, man.
Yeah, and that really be wild, man. Like people are very dismissive of Larry Bird.
I don't know. I think I blame more of that on the NBA itself.
How so?
It's like all of those type of players, and I mean that is that's basically the history of your game. And instead of promoting a lot of social issues and all that other stuff, those things should be in those slots. Instead of having this social awareness about whatever this issue, no, we're in the stadium and on this day, so and so back in this such and such dropped this many or did this feat, and he's in the audience, blah blah blah. It's like those things should be going on continually. That's the marketing of your sport.
You should write I could care less if it succeeds or not. You actually nailed that one, SKC. I'm very thoroughly impressed with you on that one. Wow. And I say that I'm not being patronizing, but I say that I remember coming up and they used to have
before you go on, Sir Tice, just think about this. Think about if there was a slot where you had fans like yourselves who were picked at different stadiums and blah 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 to recall different feats that they saw on this day in sports and blah, blah, or whatever for whatever team, all throughout the stadiums.
No, I see what you're getting at. And before forget my story. Pardon the language, Hoop. I think you really hit the nail on the head. And when you initially said about how they'll promote the 360-degree basketball dunk and shout out, do the right thing or whatever over a good backdoor cut or one of these great plays that changed the momentum of a game. You know what I'm saying? And that's how they, I think that I personally think it's more simpler than that. I think that because Tim Duncan and Larry Bird did not have flashy styles, and that contributes to it, and it doesn't make good for ESP friendly highlights, but again, you could, to me, make anything a highlight. I see a stat line 30 and 15. Shit, that's
even beyond the highlights, not even talking about like what some other corporation does. I'm talking about within the stadium itself. It's like there should be constant replays of some of the stuff that the older players and the feats that they did, and you should have specialists that basically can show and teach the progression of the game based upon your older players, so that your fan base continuously knows that.
I agree. I think both should happen, to be honest, man. Like I think both should happen. I'm all right with whatever, social, brigade that they want to put on. All right, whatever. But and I'm definitely on board with them, showcasing, because I know for sure, like growing up in Houston, if you was to pull up at a Rockets game and Vernon Maxwell sitting somewhere in the audience, people gonna find him and they gonna want to get autographs. Like, they know Vernon Maxwell. I think most of the fans who follow teams, they know about their teams. Like, they know the history.
Yeah. I'm talking about those are the historians of the game, but I'm saying so far as like the sport itself and the individual teams, like within the stadium itself. Like, take for instance, I'm from Houston as well. Could you imagine? Heck, it used to be the Summit, but now it's the Toyota Center. But say in the Toyota Center in front of all of that young crowd right now, and they're seeing, holy crap, these were the games that where Vernon Maxwell had lockdown games on Jordan. Holy crap!
Yeah, I mean, how can they do that? I don't know, because would you want them to do that at halftime, like during the timeout? Because you're not going to get the full. You're not going to get the full, the full story.
I know what he's saying. Let me try to clarify. I know what he's saying. He's just using that as an example. But what he's saying is a way to get the awareness out, because right now, okay, I think the NBA has a much more serious problem. And notice I said the NBA, which now trickles down to college. It's sad. I can barely name you 2 college players, but the modern Zillennial fan, I think what is a Zillennial, under 25, the modern Zillennial fan, they don't even watch games in their entirety. They watch clips. They go on social media, and they, like I said, they look at clips. They don't even watch ESPN, which actually isn't a bad thing. But no, my point though is that how do you combining this history? Like, I would like for people to see how things are all connected. Like, I saw a clip of Elgin Baylor, for example, doing a Euro step. So clearly it's not a Euro step, and he did it multiple times or what have you, and once you see stuff like that, you're like, wait a minute. Those old guys in black and white, maybe they had something to them, whereas now, if it's not in HD, which is what, 2003, 2004, people think that that's old. That looks like a black and white TV to them. There's got to...
And that's what I'm saying, Tice. It's like, even if you wanted to market that stuff to your younger crowd, just say, what are the different, the different games, the 2Ks and all that other stuff. The NBA could easily say, yeah, but, since it's our property, we want you to implement something in there that goes along with like teaching a lot of the history of the NBA. Heck, you could even have players when they do like their little career stuff, where they go on to go train and stuff, then you could have them training with the olds. This is where this shot comes from. This is where this comes from. It's like all of that stuff. They if you're going to have them playing this game, they should be learning the history of the game as well, and building appreciation for it. And it's going to just increase the market of your product anyway.
I agree. These kids' attention spans ain't nothing but about 10 seconds on video. Good luck. Exactly. Good luck with that. Like, their attention span, man, is here 1 second, literally go on the next. But I do agree, there should be something that, kind of directs every young NBA player to the history of the game.
To prove you right, brother. Because I love baseball too, and I'm trying to watch more of it. But like, look at Reggie Jackson is with the Astros right now. And the reason that Dusty Baker is there is because Reggie got sick of not having any real responsibilities with New York. So somehow he negotiated with Houston and he got Dusty there. But what I was going to say is that the baseball fan is very in tune into the history, and people will say because the game is somewhat still the same, I'll leave that up for debate. And I would even agree that the same with football, although football is a whole different monster. You got a whole culture with it, that that helps support, football. But basketball, I think by it trying to chase for immediacy, because it's losing the middle American fan, with all, we got to say it, we talked about the social things because of the China thing, and that turns a lot of people off. They got to do something that's gonna, make, I think the NBA is going to continually go down in America. I think the skill level is, and I think they're going to build up more from overseas, as those people are more hungrier. Not all of them, but you know how that goes. So, Hoop, I just sent you something. I got to.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I'm going to go ahead and do that now. And thank you so much, Sir Tice, for that.
No problem. It's great listening to you. Nice meeting you, Tony.
Yeah, man.
Same.
Hey, man. Tony D, me and him argue on a lot of shit, but we find common ground on a lot of shit too. So, man, I always love when he comes up and speaks his mind.
Yeah, real quick though, somebody I gotta say, I always gotta leave with a funny joke. Somebody came up with some dumbass thing or whatever. It must have been a Houston person, right? And that group is based in Houston. That's one part joke.
Yes.
It's like Russell Wilson privately told Patrick Beverly, if the Lakers win, he should get a ring. And in my head, like, do y'all post every goofy, non-confirmed nonsense?
Yes, yes.
I said, but let's tease this for a second. I said, so Otis Thorpe should get, I'm throwing it for you Houston guys. Otis Thorpe should get a ring for 1995, even though he was traded away, right? Based off of that logic. But even if Russell, and I don't think Russell would say something that stupid, because Russell stands, what's the number one thing they'll say? Man, he work hard, he run hard, and all this. So you telling me a guy whose reputation is based off of his 100 miles an hour effort he plays would look at a ring that he had no part in of this? Yeah, no, he because that team completely changed, that he would look at it saying, get the blip out of here, man. And that's part of the problem.
You know what I'm saying? He will, because he sucks.
Right.
Not a standpoint he can't play basketball, but the standpoint that Russell Westbrook, in my opinion, is such a low IQ basketball player. He sees the trees to the forest, bro. Like, you're not winning a championship on your own merit, homie. So yes, absolutely he will. So shout out to Tyson giving that $5 on it. You know that gets you over here. Dollar bill, take it off. Money, yeah. Money, yeah. Much appreciated. But gentlemen, go ahead.
Oh man, man. As it relates to that damn group, dog, like, been in it for some years, man. I like it, but boy, it be some stuff in there. I just keep scrolling. Like, I'm like, yeah, I can't even waste my time, even trying to argue with somebody. I'm just gonna keep scrolling.
I mean, I'm gonna say this too. It's almost like sometimes when you hate your own creation. Man. Sometimes I'm like, dog, that's really how you view basketball or like football. Like, God bless you.
Because I mean, some people, like, I don't like the Cowboys. You know what I'm saying? But I got, friends and cousins, that's Cowboys fans. We can all, the banter goes back and forth. And I appreciate, good conversation about it. But man, even I come in there and I'm like, all right, I can't argue with this person about the Cowboys because they just gonna take it way left. I can argue with this cat because he gonna know exactly where I'm coming from. Like, if I say, all right, that ain't as good as y'all think. Cool. I know who gonna tell me, who definitely knows, all right, he ain't hating. It really is true. Like, a lot of these extra Cowboy fans are over the top with it. Same with the Jordan and LeBron debate. Like, dude, I'm not gonna. Somebody somewhere is getting ready to post some LeBron and Jordan stuff based on last night. I guarantee you, in that group, and it's probably already happened at least 10 times already. I guarantee you.
So I know you probably have already given this answer, but I'm just wondering what's your prediction for the LA Warriors series?
Yeah,
mine.
So my opinion before the game 1 loss was Warriors in 6. After the game 1 loss, I got Warriors in 7. And the reason why is because I think the Warriors have a more cohesive unit. My Lakers, as it were, have a more thrown together unit, and I've never seen nowhere where that works, and I can't latch on to that, as it were.
I got Lakers in 7, and I said that like when the playoffs started, just because, and that's a good point you bring up, bro. Like this is a really cohesive, well-oiled machine, going against a team that's just got put together. You know what I'm saying? But I got the Lakers in 7. That's just me. I think it's really gonna come down to game 7. That game will probably go into overtime as well. That's how close I think that this series will be.
I ain't mad at that. Yeah, I don't mirror that sentiment. I just think that if the Lakers win with the circumstances afoot, it's gonna be some old embarking on some shit that's never been done, which is change the team up that late, and then a guy who's your main player being so old. The optics just don't come together for me.
Right. I get it.
If the Warriors, okay, I'm just questioning.
Go ahead.
If the Warriors were, let's say they were able to pull it off in 6 and commandedly, does that change anything about LeBron and his legacy?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't think whoever wins, the loser, I don't think it damages their legendary status at all. Like at all. Like LeBron is playing with house money, man, at this point. Like this is all house money. Like he's still being able to get up and run up and down the court after all these years in the way that he does is, defying Father Time is already, some GOAT shit right there, to be honest. We look at guys like Vince Carter, and you saw that athleticism, just decline over time. LeBron is still, it's declining, but he's still at a very high level at this point. And all the hard work has already been done. This is all, like, if he wins a ring before he retires, if he wins one more, that ain't nothing but icing on the cake.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I don't agree with you halfway. It's just funny how low the bar is for LeBron James. To be a guy who is supposed to be in that pantheon, that is the greatest player ever. The bar is so low for that dude. The bar is so freaking low.
How?
I got you. Because listen, I'm a Lakers fan. With Jerry West, he don't get a lot of credit for me. You've been to 9 finals and you won 1 of them. That's some bullshit. So when I look at LeBron, you've been to 10 of them and you won 4. I just think that's some bullshit. So the same energy is kept. Hold on. The same energy is kept with the same logic. So when you tell me you are the greatest, because you mentioned GOAT, nigga, that's not GOAT. That's really good. And LeBron James is really good. I got him. Number 4 best player that ever touched a basketball. Number 4. My favorite player, Kobe Bryant, I have 11. So I'm not disrespecting this man. But you're not going to tell me he's the GOAT when you lost more than you won, when the criteria is to be the best. You're not the fucking best.
Okay.
No.
That's that.
Go ahead.
This is why I say I don't argue, because for me it's always Jordan. It's always gonna be Jordan. But all I'm saying is if he wins another ring, it's only gonna add to his status. Him losing now, it's not gonna add anything. It's not gonna take away anything.
Well, okay.
Nobody's expecting.
I want to see I just want to see your consistency throughout sports hoops. So I'm gonna ask you a question. I just want to see where you go with this.
Okay.
So who's greater in your in your pantheon of quarterbacks,
Okay.
Warren Moon or Jim Kelly?
God damn it. Shit. Jim Kelly has had more quote unquote success. Warren Moon has more natural talent. I would probably say Jim Kelly. And not because he's a better quarterback, but if the way I view it is, what do you do with what you have? And what's the bottom line? And the bottom line is Jim Kelly been 4 goddamn
Yeah,
seasons.
I just wonder because you know how people will get into the whole football thing, and a lot of people will say, well, you know, he made it to the big game 4 times in a row but didn't win. So but I just wanted to see where that went.
Yeah, so and again, I'm gonna own it because I think going to the Super Bowl is a little different than going to NBA Finals. It's hard as shit going to the damn Super Bowl in football. Football is a harder sport. So with Jim Kelly going there 4 times, now he had Thurman Thomas, he had Don Beebe, and all the rest. But as a quarterback, that's very impressive. So with LeBron, I just think that he reset the mold of like consistency of going to the finals. Absolutely, I will never not give him credit for that. But if you're gonna say you're the best, that's too much failure. So like, so by that same logic, would I ever put Jim Kelly in a GOAT conversation? Absolutely freaking not. You never won Super Bowl.
And that's what I was gonna say. So far as like when people bring up the mentionings of how many times that LeBron has gone to the big show, you don't get credit for those. Just like people don't give credit really to Jim Kelly for getting to a much harder end game. So it's like, hey, if you want to be considered the best of the best of the best, it's like you gotta deliver. That's just part of it.
That's literally the criteria. The GOAT is the greatest of all time. That's literally the criteria. So you can't give these little, Frankenstein criteria to say for the greatest of all time. That means you're the best that ever did it. So no, there's no way in hell. That's why Kobe in the GOAT conversation to me. And I love Kobe, bro. I love Kobe like cook food. So my logic is fluid. Shout out to Stephen A. Smith. It's fluid. So I mean, it is what it is.
I don't know. Okay, when people throw up that argument, what was Cole 5 of 7? I think
5 of 7, and nobody brings up Kobe went to 7 finals. Nobody ever says that, including me. Nobody says that, bro.
So I mean, if people want to just throw up statistics, I mean, but let me just shut up. I don't want to bring that argument up. But
you sure?
I mean, I'm okay. Like, I go by eye test. Now I'm gonna tell you why. I go by eye test first, and the reason being is sometimes these awards they kind of don't mean that. Sometimes they don't make sense. Let me say that. Like, who was that? I think Tyson Chandler and Gasol, Mark Gasol. They won Defensive Player of the Year, but they were on second team defense. That don't make sense. That absolutely does not make sense. It should always come from somebody who you thought was, one of the 5 best defenders in the league, not one of the 10 best defenders in the league. It doesn't make sense. So I'm gonna always go by eye test. I saw Jordan play. Eye test, best I ever saw. Period. Now, when it comes to, you start talking about accolades, then, you get to splitting hairs with this whole, who's GOAT and who's not. Because I'm going to tell you, as far as, Jordan scored the way he did, phenomenal score. Absolutely, shit. Easily top 3 scores you ever see play the game. Some say top 2. That's fine. But we going to give I'm going to give LeBron some credit for being the number 1 scorer ever. Like that's a good talking point for somebody. you know what I'm saying, that's trying to say that's on LeBron's side. I get it. It makes sense. You don't get to number one in scoring and you can't get buckets. Like, that don't make sense. But LeBron and his other accolades that he has, assists are there, top 10, 4 finals MVPs. I mean,
I'll say this.
You have to, like, I give him, top 4. That's Mount Rushmore NBA. And I'm all right with that.
I got Bron at 4, bro.
That's top 4. But this is the thing. If you're top 4, everybody has an argument. Now, I'm not saying that I agree with it. Everybody's going to have an argument of who's the GOAT out of those 4. And I'm okay with those arguments. I just don't agree with them.
All right. SKC, go for it, bro. You got the floor.
No, I was just wondering, like, I like when people have, I would say, a consistent view throughout sports in general. So I just, I would say this to make the connection. When it comes to football, Brady's my favorite quarterback, hands down. But I will never knock the Montana fans, because Montana's great. I will never knock them because it would be logically inconsistent for me to state that the position was harder when Montana was playing, because it was. There was so much more physicality to the game as a quarterback in that era than it was during Brady's time.
Yeah.
So, I understand when guys say, "Man, with all of the injuries that Montana had to face, and playing injured and such and such, imagine if he couldn't be touched like some of the quarterbacks today." It's a fascinating argument, and it makes sense. Of course, I think that his numbers would be higher. So when people make the LeBron argument and they say, "Well, oh man, he has these many points and such and such and such," and I'm like, yeah, but it's not the same level of physicality and so forth. So
You still
just be consistent.
Hey, you still
even when people throw in the whole idea of him being like an Iron Man within the game. Yes, but look what era. Of course, it's a lot harder. It's a lot easier to be the Iron Man and such when you're not getting banged up like that.
Absolutely.
But okay, Kevin Willis played for how long? He played for a shitload of years. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, is it different? Yes, but I'm not gonna.
And you see how Kevin Willis looked?
Yeah, but that's a testament. That's what I'm like. That's a testament to LeBron. You see how LeBron looks, and he's been looking like this ever since I think about year 3, year 4. He's been looking like shredded ever since. Like, he's been a big guy ever since he's gotten to the league, obviously, but he's also has taken care of his body for so many years. And you can't fault a man when he born, man. Like that, he wasn't born back then, he was born right now. And he plays the game how he plays the game. You acting like LeBron out there trying to shy away from contact. Nah, he couldn't shoot a lick when he got in the league. He was driving the paint.
No. He is actually. He's taking more jump shots right now because he does not want contact. That is not true, sir. Go ahead.
The other thing.
Hold on. Do you think? My bad. Hold on. Do you think that it's now he taking more jump shot because he don't want contact?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll throw in
personally. I think it's where the league is going, bro. I think over the years he has slowly progressed into shooting. Hold on. You go back and look at his attempts at threes. They've just been going up and up and up.
Yes.
It's the league, bro. Draymond Green shoots the same amount of threes as Larry Bird
Bullshit.
did.
You don't shoot 9 threes a game like LeBron shoots 9 threes a game.
No. I said Draymond Green shoots the same amount of threes as Larry Bird did. Which is crazy.
No.
Okay.
Larry Bird shot the threes he shot because in the 80s, niggas didn't shoot threes like that.
My point exactly. That's what I'm saying.
No. I'm
it's
not letting
the game.
No. That was not a part of the basketball. So if you look at Michael Jordan around the 80s, he didn't shoot threes either. That was not a part of the game back then. So
and now, that's
Cliff,
you
30 years
agreeing with me. That's what I'm saying.
No, Draymond Green's an ancillary player, bro. So
he's jacking up threes. What I'm saying is, dudes who can't shoot are jacking up threes. It's the way of the game. The game is going that way. Everybody's shooting.
Because that's not how the game was played back then, bro.
Look,
threes just got introduced.
Cliff, this is what I'm saying, fam. Like, it's the nature of the game, and that's my question. Do you think it's the nature of the game? Because, dude, people who can't shoot, Draymond Green should not be shooting threes. I don't care how you slice it. But he get out there and he chuck them bitches up too. It's the nature of the game. There are a bunch of people who should not be shooting threes to be shooting threes. That's why my question is,
it doesn't make sense.
Well, dude, Larry Bird is one. Okay, you forget Larry Bird, fam. Forget Larry Bird.
Yes.
Draymond Green averages, I think, like three or four threes a game.
Yes.
That's too many because he don't shoot. He's not a shooter.
Why not? If he's open,
dude, you can't shoot. What you mean? Why not?
But he can shoot from a wide open standpoint, not from a game planning standpoint. I agree with you there. But if you open shoot that bitch, I mean, and I juxtapose it this way: when I played in college, bro, I shot 57% from three. Both years I played Division I sports, 57%. But so it's almost like from a school thought, if I'm open, yeah, I'm gonna shoot that bitch. But to game plan with me shooting, no, because I was not a 3-point shooter. So I'm cool with him shooting open threes because you have to keep the defense honest, bro.
If you can't shoot, okay, open threes, cool. Like
I get threes are open. He's not shooting.
Open threes are open threes, and he still be missing them too. But what I am saying, for somebody to come down the court and you know that they're primarily a driver, like LeBron was. Primarily a driver, and over the years he's taken more and more threes. It's just that. Like you can look at Russell Westbrook, he really can't shoot threes either, but he shoots.
No. He's not really can't shoot shit. He's he is the worst 3-point shooter of eligible 3-point shooters in the NBA.
Okay, and that don't stop him from shooting them.
He can't shoot at all.
And that doesn't stop him from shooting them. That's what I'm saying.
That's not Draymond Green.
Okay, regardless, I'm just saying Draymond is a bad 3-point shooter. I'm not saying he's the worst. I'm saying he's a bad 3-point shooter. We know Russell Westbrook can't shoot a lick, but he's still
the worst 3-point shooter in the NBA. Go ahead.
And he still shoots.
James is right above him as the worst 3-point shooter in the game. So we're talking about the worst, not just bad.
And they still shoot him.
Worst.
Yeah. And yet they still shoot him is what I'm saying, bro. That's why
it's a problem.
But that's why I'm asking the question. They still shoot them. And it's because of the nature of the game now.
Okay.
Everybody is shooting threes. Everybody. I don't care if you're a good 3-point shooter or a bad one or the worst. You still shoot threes. And that's why I asked the question, hey, I don't think it's so much as he don't want to get contact. I think it's just the nature of the game, him shooting more threes.
I think both things are true. I think LeBron James does not want to exert himself as much, and then he takes these horrible threes. And so threes are not all equal. He takes these logo threes. It's just like, dude, what the fuck are you doing?
Well, we got here on the conversation of physicality and the wear and tear on the body and all of that stuff. And I'm just trying to play it fair because I remember back in the day. I remember it like it was yesterday. Bulls, Utah, and seeing Karl Malone slide across the ground when Steve Kerr bumped into him. So I'm not. I'm trying to be as fair as possible, but you know that LeBron he's done a quite an acting game on taking hits and all that other stuff to to get to get to the score and all that. It's like come on, man.
It's the nature of the
come on.
game. It's the nature of the game. People been flopping down for years, man. It's the nature of the game. Like, and that's, I mean, do I like it? No. Like, I like watching James Harden play, and I hate when he be baiting. Like, dude, play basketball. Like, you're gonna get fouled.
Right. So, and
like,
I understand that. I
do it.
understand that, but I'm just wondering, like, just being consistent as fans of the game, then do we assign at least some sort of penalty points because we know that Kareem didn't play that way? We know this.
Yeah, I'm not assigning no penalty points because you play in the era that you're playing in. I can't change that as a fan. I don't have to like it, but you play in the era that you're playing in. Like, there's nothing that I can do about that. Like you.
So, I understand the whole point of there's nothing that we can do about it, but
so I'm not going to denote.
Okay.
I'm not going to take anything away. That's all I'm saying. I'm not going to do that because you can only control what you can control. Imagine somebody getting out there like they were in the 90s.
Okay, so let's say we're saying that at this point we're talking about people that are playing outside of the accepted way of playing the game.
Mm-hmm.
We know that there's an acceptable way to play the game and there's a non-acceptable way to play the game. So, all of us have played. I think you guys probably have played I know hoop is way better than me and all that other stuff. But on a regular basketball court, if you have somebody that is flopping their behind off, that you look at them differently. So why isn't that done to players that do that in the NBA? It would you, let's say if you were on we were on a 3-on-3 championship like type of game and so forth, locally and blah blah blah, and we were always winning, but it was known that SKC flops all the time. But I hit a lot of shots though. I hit a whole bunch of shots, but I'm just a flop. Would everybody say, yeah, SKC, he's the greatest?
If you were winning, if you won, fam, you won. Like,
dude, that on the street circuit and all that other stuff, they'll be like, that dude be flopping his behind off. He don't get no real respect. There ain't no way he could be associated with the greatest and all this other stuff. I don't care how much the dude win. Hoop and Tony is with him and they get their shots too, but he be the only reason that he's in there is because he be flopping his behind off. If not for that, they probably would not be winning.
Okay. If it wasn't for, bro, I don't like to deal with ifs. If it was a fifth, we'd all be drunk.
Okay.
I'm not dealing with that. I can't. I just told you, like, would I like it? No. But if the guy, like, whatever you're doing and it's working, I cannot be mad at it. Because guess what? I can't change what the refs call. Like LeBron, this is the thing, like, LeBron didn't start flopping. He didn't start the flopping. Flopping was going on before him. And that's why I say, like, I can't penalize because this is what he came into. You can't penalize. Like, I refuse to penalize players that are born into an era of or playing into an era where things were already kind of set in stone for them.
Right, and I'll give you that. And this, I can't even steal this argument. I have to give it to my brother. This argument, but a lot of because we've heard people say this, the whole thing that hey, he came into the game and that's what it was. But if he's considered the GOAT, did he leave the game in a better position, or just as it was?
I'm gonna hop in. Listen, man. Era conversations are to be taken into extreme context because you gotta know what the player was facing based on what's going on. But when we are talking about GOAT conversation, we're talking about something that is just extreme nitpick land. Is what I always call it. So if we're talking about nitpick land, yes, I'm going to critique you very hard on you taking advantage of the bullshit because that adds to the whole evaluation of you being the greatest. So if you take advantage of bullshit rules, James Harden, I'm looking at you, you get no consideration, no food for you. You get no consideration being the best shooting guard of all time. Zero. Right? Because when I compare you to the landscape of other guys who play your position, they were way better than you who did not take advantage of the rules. So with LeBron James, with flopping, it's so much evidence of the shit. And you know what? It's funny with me having the number 4 evaluation. I don't even put it there unless you ask me. So now that you're asking me, or you're putting the idea out there, yes, those things mark against you. Sorry. No, you don't get to be the best and you get to shortcut your way there. No, that's not how it works. So I unapologetically, hey, I take things in full context. I take things in full stride. And no, those things disqualify you from ever being a GOAT. Yes. He ain't the GOAT. He never will be. Unless LeBron James goes on this crazy run in the next 3 years and wins 3 championships or what have you, then okay, conversation changes. As it is right now, no. You're number 4, and it is what it is. I don't care if you're number 1 career scorer, because in your era is more scoring conducive, going back to we talked about 2 hours ago, how the league has changed it up and made it more scoring conducive. It is what it is. And kudos to him. But that doesn't make you the best just because the league changed it up for you. No. That's it.
I've already said Jordan it's still Jordan for me. It until somebody comes along and 6-0 can score the way he scored and lock up defenders the way he did early in his career, I'm with it. I will say that they're the GOAT, but I don't see it happening. But I understand, I understand the talking points and people pointing out, well, this is what LeBron brings to the table for his argument. I get it. But it always be Jordan.
Yeah, it's Jordan, man. Again, I'm not a Jordan guy, bro. I'm not a Jordan guy. It's Jordan, Kareem, Magic, then Bron. Like, it is what it is. Like, LeBron James, it's almost like his aura is bigger than what his actual production was, in my opinion. And I say that because LeBron James, it's almost like his media team has made it to where, like, when he wins, it's all him. When he loses, it's everybody else. It's been a masterful play from a media standpoint, and I think his team has, basically been the arbiter of that. But me standing back is just observing things as they are to be observed. Like, that shit don't move me. I don't think LeBron James is the greatest athlete because you say he is, when you got guys like Nick Wright and Shannon Sharp, used to be your boy LeBron, Chris Broussard. he used to be a huge LeBron advocate. He's kind of backed off over the years, but you're not gonna make me think he's the best just because they say it. Or your boy, who's that bum ass big man, light skinned cat. light-skinned dude, about 7'1". He's a bum.
Team.
Who?
What team?
Oh, he played for the Cavs.
No,
that man. I can't think his name for shit. Ryan Hollins.
Ryan Hollins. Yeah, okay, yeah, Ryan Hollins.
Bum. Right? So
Yep.
Ryan Hollins and then Richard Jefferson, who's also a LeBron advocate. I don't care what they say because I'm inclined to think that you're part of the system. You're part of these dudes who were just paid to big up him under no circumstance. No matter what, you're going to find a way to spin it to LeBron James's benefit. And I don't F with that.
Yeah.
I don't F with it. So going forward, I'm just going to judge you off what you do and what you've accomplished and what it is. And in that same vein, you know I'm not biased because Kobe Bryant, who's my favorite athlete of all time, LeBron's over him. If we talking about career, LeBron's over Kobe Bryant. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. It is what it is.
Yeah, but when you're talking GOAT, I agree. It's different.
Yes.
When you're talking GOAT, it's different.
It is what it is. So I'm not here talking, from a standpoint where I'm not being realistic, where I'm not being just. It is what it is. But at the same time, I'm not gonna let you just because I'm respecting LeBron and holding where he needs to be held. I'm not gonna let you hold me to he the best. Absolutely freaking not. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yo, you all, hey, look. I agree. When you talking GOAT, different conversation to have. But I like I say, I understand their talking points. I just don't agree with them. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, man. Listen, man. The sports world is full of a lot of narratives, full of a lot of situations. Man. I mean, it's hard to parse through, if we're being honest. But one thing I try to do is just stay true to my evaluation principles, no matter if I like a player or not. And that's why I can easily discern LeBron and Kobe as far if we talking GOAT talk, because the GOAT talk is very
you got to split hairs for it.
Hair splitting to its highest nth degree. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And shout out to Frank and say I'm a lifelong Lakers fan. Kobe's my GOAT. Well, I mean, that's cool, bro. Like Kobe's my personal GOAT. But if we're talking GOAT talk as far as the best player, no. Kobe got too much failure. Way too much failure. Sorry. Kobe got too much quitting, and he doesn't have enough accomplishments individually. Only one MVP? No, it's not enough. No, it's not easy to go with one MVP. Nope.
I think I can argue out of that one with the MVP thing. Here's
no. There is no argument out of it. There isn't one.
I want to hear it though, because I'm probably not going to agree with it. But go ahead, SKC. Go ahead.
Could it be stated that at a particular time that the MVP became more of a popularity and political type of award than anything else?
Nope.
Yes. No.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you why I'm saying no.
All right, go ahead.
Jordan was still the best player in the league. He did not win MVP every year. We have to stop using that excuse, man.
Okay.
That's why I say no.
I say that there's a lot.
Every year Jordan laced him up. He was the best player on the court, and he didn't win MVP every year. It's okay, but we know who it was. We know who the best player on the court was when number 23 laced him up. He didn't win MVP every year. Simple as that.
So you're saying that Jordan was the best player in the league every year that he played?
Shit, yeah. Are we look? Does the best player win the MVP every year? No, we know that.
Yes.
Why are we acting brand new? No, they don't. Dude, you're not going to sit here and tell me Karl Malone was better than Jordan. You're not going to sit here and tell me Charles Barkley was better than Jordan. They had great goddamn years, and they were deserving of MVP. That's what it really is. There's a difference.
Yeah.
But we know who the best player in the league
Right.
was, dog. We ain't got to.
Well, I'm gonna say this too. I'm gonna give LeBron credit here. LeBron, when Derrick Rose won the MVP, LeBron James was the best player in basketball.
See?
Yeah. So
That's that simple.
there's an element of pageantry that is with the MVP. So I don't take it at face value, but I also look at it a little deeper because, like D-Lob said, Nash over Kobe in 06, Kobe was the goddamn MVP of the league. I'm sorry. Steve Nash averaged like 18 points a game. Now, the Mavericks were highly successful. Not Mavericks. The Suns are highly successful. So, I will give credence where credence deserves to be given. But Kobe was the best basketball player in the NBA at that year.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so I'm not dismissing your premise that pageantry does not exist, because it does. Like when Russell Westbrook won that,
but the reason why Nash won MVP that year was because I think somebody got hurt that year, and I think Nash doubled back and got. I think the Suns had what 63 Nash shot 50, 40, 90 that year. That's why I say that's a great year to give somebody an MVP. When a star player on you, I think it was it may have been Sean Marion or Mark. One of them got hurt. You know what I'm saying? And Steve Nash really went off. And I think it was Amari. And Steve Nash went off.
I thought he won
right there.
I thought he won MVP back to back.
Yeah, he did.
Steve Nash won 2 in a row.
One of those years, Kobe wasn't gonna win it because I think that they I don't remember what year it was, but the year that Kobe was scoring all them points, I got it. Like I will literally say Kobe was the best player in the league.
All them 50-point games, that was 06. And that's when Steve Nash won it, and that was some bullshit.
Yeah, I think he had like 10 50-point games in a row or something like that.
And then the 81 game, like it's some bullshit, man. Kobe should have been a freaking MVP. It wouldn't even close. But I understand again. Listen, man, the NBA is a business, so it's hard to be a fan of it and not understand the fact that they do things to go to promote the brand that is the NBA.
Thank you. And I don't think people get that point of why it was very necessary from a straight up business aspect to put so much promotion behind LeBron James. I don't think people get that just from business. I mean, that's money. So, I mean, I'm not going to knock it, but it is what it is. And I think that some of that overinflates people's perceptions.
Bingo.
Okay.
And so, it's funny, man, that the hardest thing is to
I agree.
All right, go ahead, Tony. You got it.
I agree I agree. The NBA is all about making money. That's why I say certain awards, I said this earlier, do they make sense? And that's exactly why I said, like, that's why I say some certain things, I can't get with, but dude, this award, Nash winning that MVP, it made sense to me. And it's because of the circumstances within his team and how he elevated his game. Bro, you can't sit here and tell me, without Amari, you thought Phoenix was going to win 63 games, bro. That's a lot of damn games. And I ain't shitting on Kobe because I still think Kobe was the best player in the league. But it's about who was more deserving of the MVP. Winning 63 games, going 50, 40, 90 without your top scorer. Because Amari was the best scorer on that team. And then it was Sean Marion, and then it was Steve Nash. Because Steve Nash, he was playing point.
But
it was deserving of an MVP.
But it is possible for a team to be quite successful without their top scorer for a long time.
And Steve Nash.
Look at what the Bulls did that year without Jordan.
Yep.
Memphis, they were one shot away from. one shot away from going to the finals, and that's without what many people would say is the GOAT.
Yes, and that's my whole thing, man. Like, team dynamics matter, and that's why I'm always big about team dynamics. That's why I'm saying that the Warriors will beat my Lakers, because the team dynamic is just a greater entity. It doesn't matter if Kevon Looney bum ass playing or not, right? Because the team dynamic is strong. You put J. Michael, whatever his goddamn last name, Green, and you saw that Golden State beat the shit out of the Lakers. It's not about personnel per se. It's about team dynamic. What is your team really good at? What do you capitalize on? And how can you take advantage of the other team? That's why film session is so important. When you look at film, it's not necessarily just a player for player. It's about, what does this team do really well at? How can we exploit their deficiencies? That's what it is. So when you look at, Scottie Pippen leading, and Scottie Pippen is the ultimate beta. I mean, it is what it is. Some people who are Jordan haters, they like to go and say that Scottie Pippen, he ain't weird to Jordan, ain't weird to Scottie came. Scottie, when they won their first championship, Scottie has averaged like 17 points a game. Stop it. Right? When Scottie went to the Rockets, did nothing. When Scottie went to the Blazers, I ain't say he did nothing, but he was not the provocateur of winning at a high level. So cut the shit. But he also, you saw the Bulls system was so nice that when Jordan left, took his, you could say it because of gambling or whatever, the Bulls were good as Scottie Pippen being a leader. But when he left that system, guess what happened? He got exposed. So let's cut the shit, y'all.
Man, look. Was the team good? Absolutely. Was Nash deserving of that MVP? Absolutely. Was Kobe deserving of the MVP? Absolutely. I had no problem if they would have went one or the other. My problem is people saying Nash didn't deserve the MVP just because. I'm like, no. We're not going to do that. Both of them deserved it, but Nash won it. And I understand the reason why he won. But see, here now here's my question, though. Here's my question. When Harden went on his unguardable tour, who should have won the MVP that year? Him or Giannis? Him or Giannis?
I think, how many MVPs Harden got? 2?
He only got 1.
1. Yeah, I think he should have that second one. No, he should have had Westbrook's championship. I'm sorry, MVP.
So why not that? But see, here's the thing. Why not that? Why not that year? We're talking about somebody who averaged. Kobe averaged 35. Harden averaged 36, and he did it with while Chris Paul was hurt.
I got you.
While Clint Capella was hurt, and the Rockets were in bad shape before he took off, and they started winning.
Okay, you ready? Because Giannis played both sides of basketball.
But see, and there we go. Now you see what I'm saying?
James Harden was no. James
Harden, hold on. But this is why
defensively that it was very much observable. So yes,
but this is me asking where is the consistency out of you? Because if you're gonna sit here, not out of you. What I am saying, if they truly cared about somebody playing on the defensive side of the ball, Kobe would have won MVP that year.
He should have.
He was first team defense as well. And that's my point. Like, dude, do these awards truly make sense? All of the time they don't.
I said
they just switch up to whoever they like. And that's why I say I agree
and that
with
was
y'all to a certain extent.
And that was the whole argument from the beginning of where I was saying that I think I can make an argument about the MVP stuff because at some points it does seem more subjective and more of a popularity or business decision than actually the merit of the player.
That's literally my point, bro. I'm just saying pageantry exists, and that's why I have a certain level of evaluation past just winning MVP. What was the consensus when you won MVP? Because James Harden, I agree. Dude should have 2 of them. Not that year. He should have had it over Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook should have 0 MVPs, in my opinion. This dude literally won off of, and listen, man, I like Nipsey Hussle, like goddamn cook food. But this dude had 20, 20, and 20 to acknowledge the rolling 60s Crip gang. That is some bullshit. That is some freaking bullshit. Like, are you kidding me? Y'all, I'm trying to cuss. Y'all MFers are trying to accentuate game culture to promote him as a player as being the best player in the league. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? But that's the crap that this woke ass NBA culture does. And that's why in the bubble with that woke ass NBA culture, it was freaking cringe, bro. And it alienated a lot of people. I'm kind of going on a different tangent, but it alienated a lot of the base because the NBA just be trying to go with the wave. They be going with the wave, bro. And like D-Lob said, I mean, I knew about Nipsey Hussle. I knew his name, but I didn't know who he was as far as his music. But after he died, yeah. And I like Nipsey Hussle. I mean, listen, I like degenerates. It is what it is. And Nipsey Hussle was a degenerate. It is what it is. But to promote a player for bigging up him in that capacity, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Real shit.
Well, what we're talking about are bad stewards of the game. It is what it is.
Let's see, that's
Because if you had players who understood things like the stewardship of the NBA and its importance to them and others and all of that other stuff, tradition and blah blah blah, it's no way that he would have done something like that.
yeah, I agree. But
And that's why I just laugh at the evaluation sometimes with people. It's like, bro, it's some F shit going on. you can clearly see it. So like, come on, bro. Like Russell Westbrook winning again, averaging a triple-double, cool. I'm a big proponent. I don't take triple-double serious. Like, I mean, it's a cool stat, but at the end of the day, I always say this. So what if you had 29 and 9? It don't count?
yeah,
But 20, 10 and 10 is a big difference maker.
Because it's two more digits.
It's goofy. So I don't put a lot of merit in that because I'm gonna go back another step. Lance Stevenson was a poor man's triple-double guy like about 10 years ago. Dude would put like 17, 10, and 10, right? So my whole point was like, okay, cool. But if you watch Lance Stevenson play, he's not a great provocateur of basketball. He's not a guy who's just going to change the landscape of what's going on. But you telling me because technically he had a triple-double at 17, 7, and 7. I'm sorry, 17, 10, and 10, that he was this great mover of the game. It's bullshit.
yeah.
I said this in a moment. So go ahead.
No, I say I agree.
So I just and again going back to you said me kind of addressing my logic. My logic is succinct all the way through, bro.
Because, no, I wasn't saying you necessarily. I'm just like the logic of awards, and that's why I say they have to make sense. But I had to ask, like, who deserves which award? So if in that year, I see your logic. All right, Giannis should have won the award, just like you think Kobe should have won the award. Cool, it makes sense. But I'm looking at the NBA like, hold on, you got Nash winning the award over Kobe. Nash didn't play no damn defense. But all of a sudden, you're not going to give Harden the MVP because he doesn't play defense. Like, come on, man.
Well, I'm saying No, he doesn't. In my opinion,
And I know that. I agree. I watch him play. This nigga don't play defense. He play when he want to. He'll play it when he want to, which is very sparingly, and that's my thing that I hate about him. Like, I hate that about him. Like, just stay engaged, bro. I'm not even asking you to be a lockdown defender. Stay engaged.
In Oklahoma City, James Harden was a good defender.
Man, and that's what pisses me off even more.
Yeah. I like James Harden in Oklahoma City. I was like, dog, this dude right here can do everything.
I would say James Harden in Oklahoma City and like his first 2 years in Houston, I think, because he was still using the mid-range.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, all right, I like this trajectory. I like where this is going. The thing that I hated, though, was over the years, they would have this man in the post playing post defense. And I'm like, all right, like I think that that year that they lost to the Spurs, they had him playing post on LaMarcus Aldridge on defense. And I'm like, bro, I don't care how good James Harden can be as a post defender. I don't want to see this out of my shooting guard. I just don't.
But you know, James Harden has a very strong base.
I know, and I know, and that's the only thing I can give him from playing post, but not against LaMarcus Aldridge. Like,
I got you.
He gonna lose that. Like, LaMarcus Aldridge wasn't no punk. You know what I'm saying? Like, he gonna lose that.
6'11". I played against LaMarcus Aldridge in college, and me being 6'6", 6'7" in real life. Yeah, LaMarcus Aldridge is a handful.
Yeah, I don't care. Like, that's what. So you know, you get what I'm saying. Like, all right, you can be a good defender on the block. You know what I'm saying? But come on, man, it's LaMarcus Aldridge. And I think after that series, how he and I think he had I think that was one of those, all right, y'all better give me some damn help kind of series. I think after like the second or third game, I think he went off for like 40 and they still lost because everybody else was bricking. I think that was one of those series where he's like, all right, fam, I'm just only gonna worry about offense from here on out. And then that's when we started seeing the real James Harden don't play no defense and catching this boy sleeping and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, on the LeBron thing, and I just a hypothetical question. I'm wondering, same teams that he was on, but let's say if the coaches were a bit different, maybe like a Phil Jackson or a Popovich, do you think that they utilize him the same way? Like, say when he was in Cleveland with Kyrie. Are they putting the ball in his hand as a facilitator as much, or do you think they would have probably used him differently, or had him or had him inside more?
Well, I'll let Tony go, and then I'll go.
You know what? And because you didn't name him, I'm going to try to. You didn't name Spoelstra, and he took the ball out of LeBron's hands sometimes. But moreover, and LeBron was actually like I think he was playing a 4 pretty much. So I think that they probably would have took the ball out of his hands, as a point guard. But I think they would have still, ran the offense through him, if that makes sense.
I'm gonna say no. I think LeBron James, less is more with him. I've been saying this, as a Laker fan, having to accept that, hook, line, and sinker. Less is more with LeBron James. I think LeBron James would have experienced a lot more success not being as ball dominant as he is, because as smart as he is, he's a smart guy. It's just too contingent on him basically predicating the offense. And I think that for a real coach, no, it's my system. Meaning, let's say he plays for Phil Jackson. The way he plays for Phil Jackson, you have to run the actual triangle.
Yep.
That is so freaking away from what LeBron James does. It's not even funny. So a real coach will make you run a goddamn offense. So no, if you had a real coach, no, absolutely not. Go ahead, SKC.
Yeah, I'm just wondering because, and I know that they were successful in what they did, but there were so many times that, and I'm a layman, but there were so many times that I would see in Cleveland, I I mean not Iris, but Kyrie on one part of the wing, LeBron and another part of the wing, and it's like, I know that Kyrie can do his thing with the ball and he can go inside and ball, but wouldn't it make a whole lot of more sense to have LeBron inside to make the defenders in front of Kyrie be honest off a much easier pass inside than a potential swing all the way back out to the wing to a guy that you knew that wanted to drive in as well? It just didn't. I don't know. It just didn't seem like it made a lot of sense for a person that was supposed to be the most dominant, strongest guy on the court. But
I'm gonna take it a level further. LeBron James post defense is freaking horrible. It's always been horrible.
Yeah,
I remember Al Horford just having his way with LeBron James, playing against the Celtics, right? Moving forward, I argue this. When you play under the LeBron James system, what you also see is the second team, when he checks out, there's nothing. There's no offense that flows off of, guys being cohesive and guys, getting the ball where they need to go and then taking quality shots. Now you see it with the Lakers. Why is that? Because they had no choice. The Lakers, when the Lakers got good, it's when you had D-Lo, your boy Anthony Davis, Jared Vanderbilt, so on and so forward, playing organically. And it's almost like SKC talked on this earlier. It's a gift and a curse. Because the gift is LeBron James is so good at what he does that it's hard to deviate from that. But the curse is, from a championship level, you got a mixed bag of nuts as far as results. So I say that because when the Warriors and the Cavaliers were having this big rivalry, you saw that when LeBron James left the game, the Cavaliers had nothing to combat, and we had a 4-1 result, and you had a 4-0 sweep when KD played. So it's because the LeBron James is so top heavy, bro. When you play his system, it's so top heavy. Yep. So take that scenario away, you have to actually have a real product, and it's, again, less is more. Less is more. So for LeBron to succeed, in my opinion, you got to have him doing what he's doing right now, with average about 20 points, about 6 rebounds, 6 assists, and that's it. Not LeBron going for 40, or in that time in 2017 going for 50, and and still getting your ass dusted off. That don't work no more.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to say this one last thing too. When the Lakers won the bubble championship, guess who was going off? AD. AD was going off. And LeBron had those, I'm going to just say it, he had those stat stuffing moments at the end of the games, and then he won Finals MVP. But if you watch the goddamn game with real nuance, AD was the goddamn catalyst of that shit. I yield the floor.
Yeah. That's what they need now. But I think at this point, it'll be AD winning Finals MVP. I don't see a scenario, because it's if ain't nobody caught on, like you said, if they ain't see it in the bubble ring, they damn sure see it now. LeBron can do whatever, but if AD ain't playing right, they ain't gonna win. This is that simple.
And check it, Tony. And Dillon Brooks getting a lot of heat, and we talked about him earlier. He said that I don't expect no dude who can't give me 40. And everybody on Dillon's ass right now, and he talks up in the corner. Did LeBron hit him for 40 ever?
Nope.
So it's funny how people just ignore that part of the equation because of what people say. Yeah, the Lakers won the series, but from his charge was he can't give me 40. LeBron never even came close to doing that. So it's just funny how that shit works out.
Yeah, I'm okay with him talking this shit, but I know. I mean, the narratives will always be there, man. People have their own, agendas with stuff, so you know how that goes.
Thou shalt not go against LeBron.
I'm okay with
That's-
what's crazy though.
That's what this is all about, man.
I don't, but that's whack
It's
and
goofy.
wild,
It's
man.
goofy. Dude, we in the land of idolatry, man. You go against these people's hoop daddies, no pun to you, hoop jargon, but you go against their hoop daddies, and man, they gonna get the 12 gauge, they gonna get the shotgun, you know. I mean, listen, I see no problem with what Dillon Brooks did. They lost. And by the way, it's somebody that came out recently. I caught in the tail end of your conversation that's saying that this is all lies. And whether it's lies or not, one of the things I think we have to be very aware, and that's one reason why I'm not a LeBron fan, is the media lies deliberately to protect their assets.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they will put out fake stories. You know, certain person's house getting defaced. You know, where no evidence was found. Sorry, where did that come from? But no. But in all seriousness, why are they slandering Dillon Brooks? Shouldn't we be focusing on this next round? You know what I'm saying?
Man, that's again. That's the media painting these narratives, man. Like I don't, dude. I saw Jordan and Reggie Miller fight. Like this, Dillon Brooks talking noise to LeBron don't move me that way. It's like, all right, cool, some noise talking. All right, whatever. Let's get to the game.
I sincerely hated how many of those players will acquiesce. Don't get them mad or whatever. Okay, you get them mad. You take them to a next level. You put the dog in the corner. At the end of the day, you weren't afraid to come at the lion or whatever. Like most of these people, no, man, you know, don't be talking shit to him or whatever. I ain't talking about LeBron. I'm talking about like how Jordan. It's almost like these guys are sacred cows. I thought we watched sports to watch competitive matchups.
Right.
You know, while I have you here, Sir Tyson, you do your thing. I want to get your opinion on something because you know a lot about the history of the game and all of that. While I sit here and get to work, but 2000, what was that? 2004 U.S. Olympic team. Did that show something about the changing of the guard so far as players and
You know what's interesting to me?
and the difference between the eras?
You know what's interesting to me, SKC, about that team is that I thought that Tim Duncan and Larry Brown would be the people that would kind of be like, you know, the, like, hey, we need to stay in line. You know what I'm saying? But I think you nailed it. I never looked at it like that, SKC. But one thing I distinctly remember is that, like, outside of Tim Duncan, because you had a rookie LeBron, Carmelo, Iverson, Marvin, Meeberry, as I like to call him. You know, no, I got something to tell y'all about Marbury and this is strictly play on the court. But I remember also in that time, like I said, SKC, you got a very good memory. Like the KGs, you know, the established stars, they're like, man, we already did all that Olympic stuff. We're done. Let the next one come in, you know, where we didn't necessarily send the best team over either. You know, so I think you make an excellent point, man. And again, Tim Duncan has never been a guy. Well, I think Tim Duncan is one of those I show by example type of leaders, you know. But what the hell could he do with Meeberry and Iverson?
No. I mean, just look at the mentality of the majority of those players on that team.
Bro,
and how it correlates with today.
Look at the picture, and I may actually pull that up because I'm missing about 3, but it didn't even look like an Olympic team. I remember.
Yeah, I mean, you got AI, Amari. I just pulled it up. AI, Amari, Carlos Boozer,
Jesus,
Melo Wade,
serious?
Emeka Okafor, Lamar Odom, Richard Jefferson, Sean Marion, LeBron.
Okay, you know what?
And Steph and Tim Duncan, like like you're missing, you know, Kevin Durant, T-Mac was going off that year, Jason Kidd, like you're missing people.
But just the leadership factor, like we all listen, I don't want to shit on Tim Duncan because I think he gets shitted on too much, but he's not going to be the guy that's going to put things in line. That's not his nature. But then you would think that Larry Brown, but word is with Larry Brown is that once he's frustrated, he's done. We've seen it with, that dude had more jobs than, a Jamaican and shit, when you really look at it. So that's a very good observation, SKC, and I think you're spot on with it. Actually, when you put the numbers together, the kids that were like 5 or 6 or 7 years old, they're the 20-year-olds now.
Yeah.
That were watching those. So you make again, actually, we'll just say the 10-year-olds, the Lonzo Balls. I think Lonzo, I'm just using Lonzo, and because I know he's like born in 97 or 98. So he can probably relate to that. Well, I say relate. He understands what basketball is. He sees those guys. Oh, they try to bring in the the younger generation now. Damn, that's a very good point.
I got to give credit where credit is due. I got to give it up to my brother and my dad. My brother, he deemed that team. He was like that was the and 3 team that people would have chose from the hood. Yeah, man, give me more, man. Then we gonna go all over our world and all this other stuff. So,
let me ask you three gentlemen a question based off of that. I know it's a quick pivot. Did y'all see the And One documentary?
Yeah.
Did you, SKC? SKC. I guess he didn't answer.
No, I haven't seen it.
Okay, hey, Tony, you saw it, obviously. Tony.
Yeah.
Do the And One people okay, I'm trying to set it up. If you could set it up briefly for SKC, what some of those who had beef with it, what their beef was, and then I was going to ask you, or I'll set it up and then I'll ask the question. So the premise is that you had they And One basically hit lightning in a bottle, SKC, as we know, right? And they hit it so much. Nike was recreating their marketing, with the fancy dribbling and all in the commercial. Like you remember the Rasheed Wallace, and I forget who else was in that. It's a classic Nike commercial, no doubt.
Yeah.
But then, as they're touring, they're really independent contractors. So now, like guys like the professor, well, he's on teaching basketball or going, blowing up his YouTube channel. Then some dudes are just regular old dudes and figuring that, hey man, the company owed us. I asked them to send money to my kid's school, and they wouldn't even give me money for the school. And it's the same old. We the ones that make the music. It's the same old story. So my question for Tony: do you think that they owe them anything, or did they do them wrong? And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. Give me your feeling on this. And there's a point of asking this.
I think they could have did better as a business overall. I won't say that they owe them anything, but it's like, man, if you do good business, and I'm not saying that they should have gave them more or anything. I'm just saying, like, as we all watched And One, we know how big it became. I just think that they had some downfalls within how they were doing things, which led to the collapse. And now, even if they were to owe some of those players some stuff, they ain't got it. So I think that they should have just handled business differently. And I think that, I think that would have solved a lot of problems. But to specifically answer your question, they don't owe them. I think that they could have. I think some of those players, like, man, look, like you said, the professor out here teaching, and whatnot. But some of these dudes, they couldn't leave the mentality of their own mindset. They were looking at it like it was a hustle instead of looking at this like, hey, this is a business.
Hoop and I
can actually do something with this.
Hoop and I were talking about this, and if he wants to jump in, he can. But we were saying, like, look, this is kind of like they started up a Chitlin Circuit record company, and they got some good rappers, and these rappers have some hits, but they're all learning the process as is. And my point with some of those guys, Alamos had passed away, but oh man, I want to say it was main event. It was main event, and I hope I'm not miss.
No, it was
no,
Alimo.
Who? Which? Say it again.
Alimo died.
No, Alamo. No. I'm saying the guy on the video that was complaining about, yeah, and they should have did this. And I'm like, y'all dudes just said in the documentary, some guys went out and did clinics and all this and pocketed the money themselves. Some guys have stayed on the bus, smoked weed, smashing holes or whatever, right? We all know how this goes, especially when it comes with us, all right? My point is that you're an independent contractor because they signed yearly contracts, apparently, right? Mm-hmm. And now it's time for you to start either negotiating more points. But right now, you don't have no leverage. Forget about what's right and what's wrong. What's your leverage, you know? And I'm personally sick and tired, especially in the 2000s, of brothers coming in with this. We don't know. Nobody told us to have no lawyers, you know. Okay, if you're a commodity, you better damn well be sure believe that, you know, as an IT guy, if I'm seeing something making big money and I'm an independent contractor, I'm going to figure out, okay, either how can I get some of this to latch myself permanently to this, or how about this? Don't pay me a percent. You know, since they come to see me, let's leverage in my contract this, you know. Hey,
well,
go ahead.
Well, Tice, that actually goes into a much larger picture. And I'll be super brief, but break down the family structure. No links towards the past, and even almost like an underlying hatred towards patriarchal values and people that came before you, particularly the men, because the same thing that happened with what you're saying with and one and guys not coming into it with a business mentality, the same thing happened with rap, but the rappers could have learned from Motown. So it's like this the same play over and over. You have guys that have a particular set of talents, but they jump into it with, you know, all the fame and other stuff in front of them, but they don't understand that there have been people before them that have been in similar situations that they didn't want to listen or learn from.
Man, I think you so nailed it right there. Hoop, you got any thoughts on this or?
No, I think y'all are very succinct with the whole premise.
But this to me ties into, damn, I don't want to shift it again, but it goes back into this. It's funny how like I stay on social media because it kind of keeps me it's my ear to the street since I'm not on the street, right? So wait a minute. The racist Baltimore Ravens or whatever didn't give Lamar a deal or whatever, right? Apparently, I'm saying before he signed, hear me out. You know, because they racist, they don't want to see a black quarterback win and all this other stuff. Even and the guarantee that he ended up signing for was less than the initial guarantee. And I was saying, guys, stop making it about race. Your mama cannot be your agent when she doesn't have any other legal representation around. You know, like people say, well, Ray Allen did it, or what have you? What you got to say to that? I'm like, guys.
Oh man, I didn't even know that because I haven't been keeping up. His mama is his agent.
Oh my God. I'll bring this home for you, SKC. So I said, guys, the reason Ray Allen did that was he was going on his rookie extension, and he was arguably number 2 at worst, number 3 guard in the league. So he, you know, the max was the max that they could give him, and there was no need to negotiate any side money. Whereas in these scenarios with the NFL, where it's more about your guarantee, yes, you need to have an agent. I would prefer these guys have black agents, if you want my personal opinion, but not inexperienced mama, whatever, right? Not any of that, because that business is all about knowing leverage, what other teams have. You know, they have contacts with other teams, you know, spies and such. But my point is that the hypocrisy of people is that at first the Ravens was all racist and all this. They don't want to see a brother succeed. Now he signs. Now look at that black woman. Look at her. You go, girl. And I'm in my head like, y'all are so goddamn hypocritical. And by the way, the guarantee that he negotiated, it's somewhat less. The original guarantee that he got, I think, was $200 million, but there was some stipulations in it. What those stipulations was, I can't recall. But this guarantee, I think, is 185. But any thoughts on my take is like, look, stop trying to play. Listen, I want black people to, I want black agents, black people to have black agents, or competent ones, not just because they're black, But I don't want us to be coming into negotiations from a stupid fashion, because guess what? Not the ownership, the general manager are going to be looking at your ass like, you don't even know what this, what the terminology mean or what have you. And people say, how do you know? She might have went to agent school and all this. Trust me, if she don't have any experience negotiating an NFL contract, it's a whole different world when you thrust into that world. But yes, SKC, his mama was his agent.
Yeah, I look at it this way, man. With the the situation with the agent, it's just funny that people have this overarchingly overabundant
negative.
Well, no, positive thing that your mom can be your agent and all this shit, because we seen this with, like, I think Nelly had his mom been his agent, and it's various entertainers who've done similar. And when Lamar signed the deal, he said, "But my agent, though," meaning that give credence to my mother. So on one vein, I'm like, cool, all right, bet. If that's the way you want to frame it, no problem. But it's just like, it's just funny how like that whole little game goes with, like, you're like overarchingly giving credit to your quote unquote
mom.
It's just funny to watch. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing having your mother as your agent per se. But you see that mama's boys, in my opinion, they tend to do this shit overarchingly.
Does she manage anyone else?
No, that's what I was gonna say. That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, dude. If his mother was an agent, I wouldn't have any problem with it. In fact, I'd damn near encourage it. But his mother, it was one of those scenarios. Man, the agent go get 10%. Shit. I'd rather give my mama that 3% than it was one of those scenarios. Whereas when you look at the amount of money that is and what you're saving and what you could get, there could be some extra things that you don't even think to negotiate, like, extra tickets for the fam or whatever. And trust me, Hoop, I know how valuable that is or what have you, Whereas a lot of players, they're like, yeah, we'll give you some extra tickets, and they'll deduct it from their checks. I've seen it,
Yes.
So or you can have access to the box, or your family can come on the team. I mean, there's a lot of little things that will cost you a lot out of pocket that an agent can negotiate with you on behalf of the team. Things even like the deferment of money, things like that, But this whole, and again, I'm not saying his mother is stupid by any stretch. I'm
gonna go real quick. Hold on.
Okay.
So Mike says, well, if his mother could get the highest deal, what does that say? I know raccoon spirit in you need a Jewish man. See, and this bullshit.
Wow. Wow.
There you go.
SKC, please. I know you got all the screen capture software. You got to capture that comment. But go ahead, Hoop. I'll answer.
Yes. And this is bullshit that you niggas be on. Listen, man. Y'all are so enraptured with this white dude. Black people got to take over the white man's, dominion. Y'all are so enraptured with this shit. I'm about the bottom line, the best situation for the player, and all good. Because I say that because we talk about mother managers. We seen your boy Waka Flocka had his mom being, the agent and things of that nature. And it's just like Sir Ty said, are you really an agent? Or are you just a person who just, a provocateur of your son's interests?
I could have swore I said that I would actually prefer these guys have black agents, but also
Yes.
ask a bigger question. And SKC, I don't know if you heard this. I don't know. I'm going to be brief, but SKC did something brilliant a couple of days ago on one of these panels, what have you. And the greater point of his, he didn't say this, and I'm going to put words in your mouth, SKC, but the greater point is this, because I hear it in these discussions all the time. Do black people want power and control, or do they want to stick it to Whitey?
Okay, so before SKC go,
okay.
Listen, from what I've observed of Black America, obviously being a member of that ilk, we want to stick it to Whitey, bro. And it's just
exactly.
it's funny to watch this shit play out, because all you want to do is, because listen, respect to Lamar Jackson, but he sucks as an NFL quarterback to me. And because he's more of a run-first quarterback, I don't care if it's Tim Tebow. Tim Tebow was garbage to me. I've said this ad infinitum, bro.
Trash.
Garbage. So it's not about black or white. I think Tim Tebow was garbage. When he beat, he had that game against Pittsburgh, and it just was bullshit, bro. And rest in peace to Demaryius Thomas, one of his best receivers. That dude had to break off receiver routes all the time for his bum ass. Right? So with that being said, bro, it's not about your race. It's about how I perceive you as a quarterback. And as I perceive Lamar Jackson, I just don't think he's that good. So going forward to you giving this
you gotta answer the Jew part,
Huh?
Never
well,
mind.
yeah, so I'm gonna get there. So I'll let you address that as a matter of fact. But when you say that the raccoon part is, I know what you're saying, bro, and respect to you, but fuck what you talking about in the same vein. Y'all have this overwhelming part of your aura. You want these goddamn Jewish white people to just have a retribution from your perspective. And then what I'm saying is, bro, the dude ain't that great of a quarterback to be a really good quarterback. I mean, listen, from an athletic standpoint, Lamar Jackson is a something to be marveled over. But if you're gonna win with a quarterback, no. So I'm sorry that my logic of having a quarterback who plays, quarterback the proper way, which is evaluating things, standing in the pocket, going through your progressions. I'm sorry that insinuates you. I'm sorry that it messes you up mentally. I'm sorry, because I'm not going to back off that at all. So
do you see? Oh, my fault. I didn't know you were finished. Go ahead.
No, I'm going to play.
SKC, I was going to jump in, but SKC, was I right in my assessment about you about stick it to Whitey?
Yeah, I think sometimes people get particularly. I think that's very.
I gotta interrupt you. I have to do this right now. I could have swore I just described why an agent is critical, and Lamar is not showing anything, sir. I don't know how much SIAC, Mike, do you know about NFL contracts, or NBA or baseball contracts. I tried to be an agent, what have you. This is why I know a lot more. Okay, listen.
I want me and Matt to come up here.
I'm all about circulating the middleman to the point that you can get your best deal. Now, let's just first say this real quick. Here's the quagmire that Lamar ran himself into this year. And it's coincidental, because I try not to look at things. I know black people hate hearing a black man say this. I try not to take the color angle or the race angle of arguments, because I consider it to be bottom feeder. I consider it to be low hanging fruit or what have you. I like to look at the facts, because then if I have to go to the race angle, I can point out to have it support by the facts. But real quick, Deshaun Watson's contract was utterly ridiculous. I don't care if he's white or anything. And if it didn't matter, I'm not the biggest fan of running quarterbacks not named Steve Young, okay? But Steve Young would survey the field. Like, I hated Johnny Manziel, okay? So see, there we go. It's not about it's right,
Freaking
exactly.
bum.
It's not about I want guys to be able, like, I'm not a Tom Brady fan, but I respect Tom Brady because the game has slowed down so much to a point. He could take his noodle arm ass out there. That's a joke or whatever. Like, he could take his noodle arm ass out there and be able to still pick apart the defense because it's in slow motion for him. He's seen it all. I want brothers. My favorite quarterback of all time, if we're keeping race rank, is Warren Moon. He had a mean spiral. You know, he could survey the field. He didn't have to rely on his legs after his secondary read. But back to this year, just the contracts, and I'll pass you to Mike, SKC, and then we'll get into that middleman thing real quick. This year, Russell Wilson, Deshaun Watson, the year before, they had to put in a fucking clause for a person to read the goddamn playbook and go to the video room and Kyler Murray, okay? All right, people forgetting, the way that the market is how the market defines themselves. Hey, a lot of teams that necessarily have a need, you know, you had Indianapolis who was going to make a play. Did he really want to come to Houston? All right, I highly doubt it. So the market wasn't there for him to get the, you know, that's why he didn't have the negotiation leverage. Now, if he had took the deal last year or what have you, he had a little bit more leverage. See, I'm making this about the actual, his competitors / peers, not the, ooh, y'all just want the money to go back to Israel. No, I don't. I also think now Hoop is a little bit more harsher on Lamar than I am, but I'll say this, man, that not showing up at the playoff game, that was some lame ass shit. Okay, I don't care what his excuse is, but number two, the dude hasn't played a full season since his MVP year. And how long can you live off of your MVP years of 3 years ago? Shit, if that's no wonder why people still kiss Russell Westbrook's ass. All right. Okay. And the thing with quarterback in the NFL, and I'll end on this. That is the one position where this is why you have the guys like the RG3s, the Tim Tebows, who the other guys that came off the block. Remember that other weak ass dude in New York, Mark Sanchez? They have those good first years because there's no video on these guys. You know, they don't have their tendencies. But once you got their tendencies now it's like, okay, Lamar, what are you going to do different to be a one-trick pony? Now, I have a little bit more hope in Lamar because I genuinely actually like him. I just think he went about it wrong. But, hey, congrats. He did get a deal. He got a deal, but it was a deal because he was franchised. It wasn't like Mama negotiated that deal, okay? It was they franchised him at a certain number. He got a little bit above that.
Yes, and they played it all the way to the end. Or like Peyton Hillis. Peyton Hillis, in a 3-year span, was a guy that was supposed to be a guy, right? Peyton Hillis is nobody now. I don't know.
Real quick. It's an agent that gets you those Madden cover deals.
Yeah, come on, bro. Yeah. Come on,
remember Peyton Hillis is on Madden?
Let me say this real quick because I'm going to have to get up in a minute. Let me say this real quick, man. For one, you know, I'm a Lamar Jackson fan. I think we getting off topic when we start talking about how he is as a player. Man was on pace to be the first player to throw for 4,000 and run for 1,000 until he got hurt in the pocket. A lot of people always, you know, making these things about, oh, well, look how he plays the game. He's going to get hurt. Both times he's gotten hurt have been in the pocket, not when he's running the ball. That's a big thing. People get hurt in the pocket all the damn time. That's one. Number two, I'm on board with saying, hey, he probably would have benefited from having an agent. Lamar, I believe he should have an agent. That being said, I don't know what his mom knows. So whatever, kudos, you keep your money in the family. I don't care. That's how you choose to do it. Third, and this is it. What I'm going to say, man, just because somebody wants to handle things a different way, you got to stop calling people, you know, sticking it to the white man, start calling people coon spears and all that types of shit. That's bullshit, man. That's bullshit. Because Tyson's already said, you know, I prefer to him to have a black agent. And shit, honestly, he could have went to Clutch Sports. They've been around since 2012, and they got some NFL players. He didn't want to go that way. Hey, kudos to Lamar. Got your money, and I don't think he wasn't finna get that money that Watson got anyway. We all know that was an outlier.
Exactly.
But that was the outlier, and I'm not upset at Lamar for trying. Of course, you get what you negotiate. So I'm not upset at him for trying, but he just, I mean, we all know the NFL as a whole wasn't going for that. So that's it. That's all I got for today.
Brother, real quick.
No, hold on, Tyson, before you go. Because I want you to rock. And Tony, I love your commentary. But listen, so when niggas throw this coon shit out there,
yeah, I don't like it.
I'm literally a part of the black manosphere. I'm literally a guy who wants black men to achieve the best they can achieve. Literally. That's what I'm about. Sir Tyson, am I lying?
No, you are.
SKC, am I lying?
Well, I don't think you want the word of a coon.
So I know you don't give a damn. But at any rate, so when people throw that shit to me, I'm just like, dog, you just fucking talking. So when we talk about this shit, I'm about the X and O's, the Y's and Z's, and what it is. And so my angle is never about disrespecting no black man on the merit of a black man succeeding. My effort is about other things that come into the discussion point, and it just kind of manipulates the bottom line, and I got issues with that. Sir Tice, you got the floor.
All right, I'm going, y'all.
All right, man. I appreciate you, bro. All right, so Tyson, if you want to jump back in, you definitely can, bro. But
I heard a tone in my office, and I had to, but that can wait. I want to tell that brother that's how brothers disagree or whatever. You know, he disagreed with the assessment of Lamar. I think that Lamar, but it wasn't like, yeah, you coon or whatever. It's like brothers have such a remedial mindset at times. If you go against, no, I want you to have an agent. Case in point. Well, I won't even use a personal thing. I was just going to simply say, and the reason, listen, if you're one of the best quarterbacks in the league, you don't have to wait to the very end or what have you, after the draft to be signed. You're a hot commodity and what have you. And I think that a more experienced agent could have gotten him signed much sooner, and his mother could have rode shotgun on that. And then on the next contract, you learn. See, that's the other thing also, too, that we don't like to talk about as Black people. We want to jump immediately to the top. We don't want to be the apprentice. We don't want to sit aside there and learn the game or whatever, No, it's got to be, I'm the captain of the ship, And this is where the Master P's have, Master P could have said, could have hired, although he did, I don't know if it was Tank Black, or maybe I'm confusing, when he started No Limit Sports. I don't know if you remember Tank Black, but he was a Black agent at the time. I don't think they were directly affiliated. But my point is that sometimes some things that you don't understand, you go through, you learn, you take some seasoning in and what have you. And there's more there's more than other Black agencies than even Clutch Sports out there. I'm just making a point in that, I don't think that and by the way, also that's another thing. When it's your family that's involved, those are some contentious things, because go ahead.
That's the part I wanted to shoot in on that, Tice.
I'll let you go.
There is the issue of one, when people throw up the whole thing about the family thing, there is a such thing as being too close to the situation to see the bigger picture. And then the second thing, of course, is understanding who are true subject matter experts in an industry. And I know that, people can say, oh, man, but this person is really smart and such and such. Experience goes a long way. And to just toss that away as non-consequential, it smacks of... of just a poor business decision. I know in this situation, people say, "Oh, well, he got the money that he wanted and all that other stuff." But overall, typically those are bad ways to go about business matters. You hire businesses hire
Let me stop you.
advisors and tax accountants for a reason.
Let me stop you briefly, and let me help you out, and then you can, you can take the baton right back. I have three cousins, right? Two are brothers. One is a distance cousin, but we all cousins nonetheless. Cross fingers. They probably gonna get drafted next year. My uncle, their father, his best friend was the head of the UAW and one of the top negotiators. Guess who's gonna be one of their agents? Just take a wild guess.
Rich Paul.
No. It's gonna be him, but because he's been negotiating them UAW deals for 35, 40 years. But guess what? He's hiring an NFL contract specialist because he knows what he doesn't know. Go ahead, take the baton back. I think you get my point or whatever. I think you get my point in what I'm saying is that you can bring family along, but you got to be humble at times in the things that you don't know and where you're not too close. And by the way, he's kind of his uncle. It's my uncle's best friend or whatever who I'm talking about, this UAW guy. But go ahead, SKC. You're on a roll.
No. Yeah, that's the entire point that I was shooting for, is that people in their experience in certain fields, there's a lot that can be acquired by that information. Hoop has done, I don't know how many interviews with different people who have intimate knowledge in their specific fields, whether it's, I don't know, inside information in the SWAC or inside information on a basketball, or whether that's D1 or NBA or overseas stuff. They're going to give you information that is going to be very specific to that field. So just going along with someone who you may think has your best interest at heart, and choosing that over someone who actually has the experience, the working knowledge of how to get certain things done and a fuller picture of things. I mean, it just seems like a bad situation. And one other thing I wanted to ask you guys is, with people doing all of the super max contracts and all of that stuff, do you see those people having a long legacy within the sport of football? Or I hope you see where I'm going with that.
I'm a little lost. So people who take, NFL doesn't really have. I'm trying to, or if you can take here, lay it out again real quick.
Okay, so take for instance, I'll give you. There's been other players in the league who have accomplished more, but have taken less because they see a bigger picture so far as legacy and wanting to do other things, like win. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Sometimes
let me jump
because sometimes agents and stuff may be able to talk to their players and help them to understand that, hey, I understand you're looking at things from the aspect of, okay, I just want to get my money now, but there's another way that you can get the money and get the win and the other stuff.
Nobody wants to play for free or this. This is why I don't understand in the NBA this super team concept where 3 players will damn near take up 65 to 70% of the damn salary cap. And now you getting other people playing for, I shouldn't demonize welfare, but playing for less than their total market value to win. Now people say, man, they're making a greater sacrifice. They didn't take. I'll give you an example. I'll use a specific example. You're talking about football, and I know who you're primarily talking about, but I'll use when the Heat formed, since I'm down here. So at the time, the max was like 21 million. And they're like, and they all came together and they took less. They took $1.5 million less, okay, in a no state tax state or whatever. So the point is that they really did, they gave up $1.5 million each because they were each making like 18. I think Wade was making 19 when they could have been making 20 and 21 at the time, right? Okay. My thing is what happened to the concept of each team have a max player, and then the money spreads around, and then it goes back to the teams and such, to whereas everybody gets to eat at the table. And this is what goes into your Will just said, this goes into your Tom Brady example and such that you described. Many of these guys, they just want to take all the money. I need more help. Yeah, but more help costs. I don't care. I want to make all the money or whatever. That's what happened to tie this back in football and in basketball with Marbury and Meeberry and Garnett. When they passed the agreement, Marbury wanted to make more money than Garnett, but they had already capped off the money. And McHale was telling him, look, man, he's making, I don't know, I'll use round numbers. He's making 10 a year. You'll be making 8 a year. He'll end up making 80 million. You'll end up making 72 million. What's the difference in $8 million? Because he'll be making more. Steph, don't you want to win? Man, trade me. And we saw, and people, I was going to say, we saw what Steph's career became. And I know many people say, man, but he the man in China. Yeah, in China. Okay.
But that's my argument in it so far as like people being too close to the situation. I want my son to be the highest paid such and such and such and such. It's like, okay, but when you're talking about an agent may not only be thinking of that, but also be thinking about, I know that there's some other players that this specific team is shooting for to get. And if we can put this in the mix this way, you will be a lot more successful.
What I said earlier, you can defer money. There's ways they can hide money and then pay it off years later. I forget, but there's under the table ways, where, okay, look, take 5. All right, you're already making 35 million. You don't have to make 40.
Entice. Not to mention the agents that have connections with other agents and endorsements and stuff. It's like that. It's like, why are we even throwing that? Like, that's not part of the picture.
You got to think, or you're going to love this one, SKC, and I can pass the mic after I say this one. Or you can have an agent that's thinking of your long-term future so that they can defer some damn money so that when you spend all your damn money, Allen Iverson, you'll still have
in the chamber. Yep.
This money in the chamber that you're living off of right now when you turn 40. Yep. Something you didn't even consider.
Right? And who can give you specific examples of that. Hey, back in the day, so-and-so took this and said, we worked out this particular deal. This is what I want you to avoid. Even though they were able to get this amount of money, later on it cost them in this way. You can be protected from it, but your mama isn't going to know that.
Right. Hold a second. You remember the Bobby Bonilla deal, SKC?
Yes. That motherfucker still get paid.
Till 20. Okay, SKC, do you know that one? Hoop does, or do you know that, or no?
No, I don't.
Oh, you're not a baseball. Okay, you know who Bobby Bonilla is, right? Or do you? Or her?
Yeah, I know the player, but Bobby I don't know
Bonilla, when the Mets got sold. Okay, he had a bloated deal or whatever, right? And they probably owed him less than $10 million or let's just say $15 million. And they said, look, your production is down. Basically, let's end this relationship. And here's what we'll do. Starting in year X, we'll give you $1 million, whatever a year, right? And man, from till 2032, it's like it's it's July 1st. It's called Bobby Bonilla Day. He gets a $1 million check every year. and he gets this till 2032, man. That's pretty much what he eats off. So he's getting and he's in his late 50s, maybe 60s now. You telling me there are so many things that I get what you're getting at, man. But I think that you make an even greater point earlier, man. It's this get it now while you can, blow money fast or whatever, or blow money fast. BMF is, people got to live like a rap video, right?
Oh well, we have a term for it, Tice. It's called delayed gratification.
Mm.
Exactly.
Damn.
Yeah, it's really just that simple. You without all the glitz and stuff, you can make a whole lot more, but it won't be just known in lights that oh you are the highest paid such and such and blah blah blah. And you won't be able to run around with your chest puffed out. But in other ways, it could be shown, or you would know. Dang, for 20 something years, I'm secure.
I was like, it doesn't take much to just live a good life, have a nice car, bills are paid or what have you. It doesn't take much, but you're right. And they've done a study, not to deviate from this, but they've done a study with children. It's amazing. And they did this way back in the 40s and 50s, where the kids who didn't take, like they put a piece of candy, like they locked the kid in some room and put a piece of candy in front of them and then pulled it away. And then the kids who waited, they got more of the candy. And basically they tracked these kids, the kids who delayed. And by the way, 90% of the kids grabbed the candy, of course, but
real quick, my brother texted me. He said, man, this is an interesting conversation. I wouldn't want my agent. He said, I'm sorry. He says, I want my agent to get his cut, but not to be looking at my check like this our money.
God damn.
Oh my God.
I didn't say real talk.
It's amazing. I saw something. This is a great content creator called Neferkare Dessalines, who I've been watching a lot lately. He's a Haitian dude, and he goes through a lot of history and business things, but he talks about how sadly on the state side here that the reason we're so consumed with entertainment and sports and those figures is that it goes into that immediate gratification. We don't see that long-term salesman money or that long-term, as long as I keep this business going, it's going to be a well-oiled machine. We look at that, ooh, X person signs this big contract, and with NFL contracts, again, not being guaranteed, I've always said you got to get as much as you can, but even those guarantees are prorated across years. You know what I'm saying? But I'll end on this note. It's like that stigma of your head with your mama or whatever. Yeah, I'm the reason you got that. Like, damn. Not him going to the film room, not him running all the laps and doing all the drills and all this, learning his progressions. It was just you. Damn.
Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? Well, gentlemen, we're going 4 hours plus. I'm about to shut this bad boy down.
All right, y'all have a good
y'all, man.
Y'all have all right,
who cool, good, man. Y'all entertain me while I get to work, so I appreciate it.
Okay, fellas. All right,
Mayo, and I really appreciate y'all, man.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna have more tacos today. All right,
you're real talk. All right, y'all, peace.